Hey there. For this class, we had Merton come in and share with us some tips on optimizing avatars. We took this Brazilian Miku model from very poor to good performance ranking, sharing the details of the steps along the way. We run our Unity Blender class every Tuesday at 7 p.m. CST in the Faceless Discord. We'll have a link to the original model and a link to our Discord in the description. I hope to see you there. Now on to the class.
Anyways, you'll need all the basic things. You'll need Thriello for the reducing texture stuff and so on, though. We'll need Pumpkin Tools. We'll need VRC Fury. We will need VR Labs Avatars 3.0 Manager, probably. And obviously the SDK. We need Poyomi as well. And we need Crystal Shader. Crystal Shader is not found with the Creator Companion. You'll need to download that off of Booth, actually.
Yep, I put a link to it in the Unity Blender discussion channel. If you're not sure where that channel is, I put a link to that channel in the voice chat text chat. There's 5 different VCC repos to go add. And then there's a whole bunch of curated and community VCC packages we're adding as well that you don't have to go to a specific link for. I'm trying to compile a list of all of the VCC plugins you all should be using here, but that'll take me a second. I need to go to Doors Open posts real quick.
Surprisingly, the bone actually account on the thing is high, but it's not because of them having unnecessary bones. It's actually because they just have a ton of things that move, which is, I think, kind of crazy actually. Here, I'll turn on the armature so you can see it. There. She has elbow bones for some reason. What are these for? That's the twist bones.
Twist bones.
I have never used twist bones.
I actually don't know how they work. Admittedly, I really should have a better grasp of that. I know that cats can generate twist bones, which is interesting.
She has a tummy jiggle. She has a tummy jiggle.
We love the tummy jiggle.
She has individual movement for her these things here on the sides. I can see. Same back here. She has these little things here that move on her bikini top, and same at the top of the top. And it's just a lot of little movements actually, though. And her hair actually moves everywhere as well. She has crappy breast movement, though. I can see she's not using the latest version of the. She's not using the latest version of the ZenFit skeleton, which actually has extra bones sticking out of it. Actually, though, and then back into it for the
recoil bones.
Recoil. It's actually for the nipples, actually, though, and actually makes the boobs move more realistically.
Yep.
And it's not just and it would work on this too, actually, even though it doesn't have, because it actually does the area around it as well too, actually, though, and so it actually makes this realistic sort of breast movement. Unfortunately, it doesn't have that. And a Hoigao, and idiot hair on top. I can see.
You should give context there. People know.
That's the bit up here. It's the baka hair that you see on anime girls. Yeah,
Too funny.
And a bunch of other things. Yeah.
Also, I found out twist bones. It says used to control limb rotation and make limb deformation more natural.
Yep.
I have never used them. I've never used them. So I don't know. I've been making these for years. Anyways, so once you have all your stuff together and blend in Unity for making your package and so on, though, I can wait a few minutes for this. I mean, we're only just starting. For those that are going along, then what you do, you'll find the FBX here in FBX, and it's this one actually, though, Brazilian Miku model actually, not the one. There's 2 different ones that say the same. It's the one that has an arrow attached to it that actually opens up like this, like a tree. It's this one. And so you go here, and I would right click and go show and explorer, and then you can find the actual file within Windows, which is the one you'll need for using in Blender today. So I made a copy of it on my desktop. Anyways, what should we do first? Should we, I guess, just wait, or should we just go?
Let's wait just a minute. I mean, we have a decent number of people, so we can just go. I'm still trying to get all the doors and stuff open because I'm slow and late, but that's okay. We can. I mean, it's your class. It's your time. Feel free to start up. I'd recommend, obviously, giving a brief introduction of you and what we're doing and the assets needed for people to follow along and go to town.
So me, what I do, I guess.
Sure, and, whatever you want to share.
So I've been making avatars now for about 2 years approximately. I don't sell them, but I've made a number of them for myself, and I've made a number for my friends actually. Though I have a bunch of friends I know that help me along the way for to optimize. I'll bit of shout outs for them. Shout out to my friend Mouster Owo, who actually is another avatar creator, and she actually sells her stuff. I will provide a link to their stuff actually though, these various people at the end if you want to look at it. Yes, please, thank you for helping me with cards and so on though, and other such things. Another one for my friend Anna, who also does avatars. Taught me actually how to make your meshes less crazy, and how to make reduce your polygons. Actually, thank her for that. And I think that's basically it. Oh no, another friend of mine, Songbird, who makes avatars for my one of my clubs I dance in. They are amazing. I don't think they have a store page though. Anyways, yeah. So we're going to, once you get all this together, so then throw it into Blender, you'll need to use cats to import. So you'll be like import model on cats, go to the FBX, wherever the hell you threw it, and so on though, and go import. And you'll get, it'll come up like this. Yeah. All right. Actually, no, it'll have viewport display will be wrong. Right. All right. So it'll come up like this, actually. So you won't actually see the bones in the front. And I don't actually like that myself, so I like to put them in the front, actually, though. So I'll click on Armature, and I'll go to Viewport Display, and I'll go in front. So I can actually see all the bones. So I'll start with that, usually. And then when I don't want to look at them, I just turn it off. Anyways, so what we'll do first is I will show you how to reduce your polygons on the body. And because this one actually, though, the body and the bikini are actually combined, I have to actually remove the bikini actually for this. Kind of stupid, but whatever. So I'm going to use the L key on my keyboard to select these different areas in edit mode, very quickly, so I can actually select the entire thing, this.
You might consider getting screencast keys. I sent you a link. If you think that's going to take too long, then feel free not to.
I can install it now, but I'm already clicking these things.
Yeah, that's fair. But it'll help students with knowing what the heck you're doing in Blender, because otherwise it's pretty unclear.
I'm just hovering over these things and hitting L on my keyboard on each of these.
Yeah, that's fair.
Every one of these things is just an L click. For linked meshes, I think it is. What actually is called the name. Oops, I didn't want that.
And we could also cover this a little bit. We talked about this a little bit in a previous class, but we can go look up the avatar performance requirements, right? The rankings and the VRChat wiki, which will talk to us about all the different things. Why we have to optimize, what our actual goal here is, right? Reducing polys.
Yeah. So the first thing you need to do if you're going to be optimizing is you need to reduce your polygons, because it doesn't matter if you reduce anything else, the number of meshes or the number of materials or this and that, or the number of anything else, it will still register as very poor if it's above 70,000 polygons, no matter what. It could be 7,001 polygons, but have everything else be green level, and it still registers as very, because it has one polygon over, which I think is kind of stupid, but it is what it is. And I have to work within these constraints. Select.
Yep, I'll go ahead here to ensure the avatar performance ranking system. Hopefully I can grab a link directly to the performance requirements. I believe I can. Excellent. For PC limits. There we go. So I'm putting this in the Unity Blender discussion chat. This is talking about everything that's required to get an excellent, good, medium, or poor rated AVI. So, try as Merton mentioned, you have to have 70,000 or less triangles to get anything better than very poor. And that goes through for all of these different requirements too. So effectively what our goal here is going to be, and you might even pull up the avatar in Unity to show the existing values and how what we need to reduce, what our goals are. Kind of structuring this for students in terms of, if you have an avatar that you own that you want to be able to wear to a club that requires medium or better AVIs, here's what you have to go focus on, right?
I'm turning on statistics so that we can see what our polygon count is right now, and it only shows what I'm actually viewing. So if I turned on the rest of the clothing, you would see that's a lot higher. I went to here in the upper corner, and I went to here, and I went to statistics. It's beside this little circle thing, and I turn on statistics, and I can see the triangle count over here. on the left side. But if I turn on the rest of these things, actually, though, you'll see that the triangle count spikes. It goes up to, oh, wait, no. It's because it's in edit mode. It goes up to 141,446. So we have to get it down a lot more. Anyways, let me turn these off again. And I'm going to click H on my keyboard to hide these things. Oh, we have more to hide. Didn't get these.
You can also oftentimes select by material, right? You might consider doing that. That can often help you make sure that you get everything for that particular material. I don't know how the materials are split up on the Savvy, though.
I've already done it like this, so...
Yep, you're already most of the way there. Makes sense. It might just be good to show off, too, the next time you have to hide something, how to go about doing that by material.
You don't know how to do that too much. You'll have to run me through that.
Yeah, sure. Happy to.
Anyway, so now that everything is hidden and so on, though, actually, no, I'm going to hide the hair, too. Actually, no, everything here. And then I'm going to unselect the body.
If you're trying to just select the hair the easy way, again, we can go by material. I'll just show you how to do it. At the bottom right in your properties tab, go to the red tab, the very bottom one, data.
Where?
Yeah, down in the buttons. Yeah, go to that one. Perfect. And deselect everything in the viewport. Just like select 0 polys. Just like click on the background or whatever. Ooh.
Yeah, I had to wait for my computer.
These things happen. To 3D modeling. Speaking of it as well, if anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in chat or just speak up. You're always welcome to. We're going to be going a mile a minute to cover all the content we want to today. And it's easy to skim past, and I want to make sure everybody's able to follow along if they want to.
They're still in Blender things.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Deselect everything in the viewport. So just click on the background once you're able to. Wow, that is struggling.
My computer is not very good.
Yeah, these things happen.
So I guess is the idea to make like multiple versions of the avatar?
Oh, I see what you mean. So you go to each of these, and you go select.
Exactly. Perfect. And then you can select the whole thing, or you can just do that for just the hair to go hide it. And yeah, Shroomy, to your point, there's a couple of different ways you can go about this, right? So on an avatar that comes with 17,000 different outfits, you might have like 400,000 tries. And you're going to have to figure that out, right? You have to get it down to 70,000. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you can do that via decimation, either via removal of edge loops, which is what Merton's doing now, or via using the decimation modifier, which we can discuss the pros and cons of using the decimation modifier. But as you mentioned as well, another thing you might do is just use a single outfit. But if you want to be able to have two different versions of the Avi, yeah, you could split it up and have two different outfits.
All right, so we're down to now the actual mesh and so on, though, of just the body. And so once you get down to just the body mesh and so on, though, I think if you I'm going a bit fast here, I guess. But once you can get down to this, you hold Alt and Shift and you press and then you click and you get an edge loop. So you get that one, and I want this one and this one and this one and this one and this one. See, I'm doing every other one, right? All right. And by doing every other one, you can then actually, dissolve them.
So might get a little funky around the elbow.
Oh.
Yeah, let's get rid of those.
Effectively, the goal here is to try to make a low poly version of the body, right? Because you don't really need all those polygons. You can have half of that or so and still have a nice looking body.
Maybe I'll do it from the elbow, actually, though. So that actually would be better.
Yeah, that's fair. And you could also consider just doing them specifically around the bicep and forearm and leaving the joints alone too. That's another big one, right? Obviously, you're not going to get quite as big of improvements there, but joints
I can show how to do the joints too, actually. It's not that hard.
That'd be great.
Yeah, so I can get down to that one. Okay.
Nice.
And then I can avoid the joint for now, and I can go over to, is it this one? Yes, that one. Yeah, that one doesn't go all the way. So this one, no, not that one. This one, and
probably can't hit that one.
No. Okay, no, I can't do that one, sadly. But I can do this one, I can do this one, and I can do, that one. No, it doesn't go all the way around. The hands are going to be annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I would just go down your edge loop on your fingers, to be honest, right? And don't really worry too much about the hand itself.
You can get them down, though. I've done it.
I believe it. With enough time.
This one? Yes, that one.
Oh, wow. That's a funky loop. Jeez.
Oh.
That one. This one.
Nice little figure 8 loop got going on there.
Not that one.
Yeah, and some of them are just kind of slightly disjointed loops, so you still kind of could, as you're doing right there, right? You basically got it. But
all right, it's the manual selection, yep.
Yep.
I'm using Control and Shift for this. Where's that thing that you sent, by the way?
I DM'd it to you.
Install it.
I DM'd it to you. You go to our DMs, it's right there, and then you go to the releases tab.
All right.
From down a little bit to assets. That guy. Yep. Beautiful.
All right. Screencast keys. And then what do?
You should be able to stab that as a plugin in Blender.
Blender plugin.
Yep.
Okay. Preferences. Install from disk. There it is. Okay, install.
Gorgeous. And then hit your N menu. Yeah, that one.
N?
Yeah, that's the same thing as opening that side button. Then screencast keys. At the very top toggle. And you should be good. Start making changes and you should see it. Yep. Gorgeous. So at the bottom left of the screen now, you can see what button Merton is pressing as he works, which is obviously super useful. And that means it'll also show up in the recording, which is nice for people who are following along in the future or going back from this class and want to see the information they missed.
Yep. That one. That was a weird one.
Yep.
All right, so I'm not going to bother with the 2 in the middle then, because that's going to be kind of weird. So, what about this one? No.
At this point, you can probably just get away with going down the fingers, and you'll have enough polys taken off here. If our goal is just 70,000, we're not going for the 20,000 or anything crazy. You should be fine. Although, is this body really 92,000 tries?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
That's crazy.
The optimized version is a lot nicer.
Yeah. And I guess the alternative is to take in the optimized version of the body and then sculpt the clothes back to the optimized version. But that kind of kills the whole point of the Avi is what the custom sculpt based.
Yeah. Which is why I'm going to do this instead.
Yeah, it makes sense. And it shouldn't take too long. We did schedule 2 hours for this class, so we got plenty of time.
So I just do it like this. It's very long times, but this is what it is. This is the wonder of Avatar.
Yep. Welcome to Blender. I wish there was a tool to select every other edge loop. Wouldn't that be kind of a nice? I wonder how you'd even detect that. That would be relatively difficult to code.
You have these one days where you click the wrong thing, and it's and you didn't realize it until later.
Yep.
Well, that's what I was just looking for. I ran across a short either yesterday or the day before that allows you to do alt. I think it's the alt shift, and then it if you set up a pattern, you can just press plus, alt shift plus, or control shift plus. But
nice.
I don't know if that's just applies to faces, or would that also apply to edge loops?
Yeah, I've seen control plus to select more, right, which kind of goes outwards from a thing, but it won't do every other, right? It'll just kind of continue to select outwards from there. You mentioned a pattern. I'm curious about that.
Yeah. So hold on, I can put this in. In the Unity Blender discussion, or should I put it in the side chat?
Either one's fine.
Since it's just a YouTube short. Yeah,
whichever works.
Put it in the side chat.
I can select no, not that one. This one.
Nice.
And I can select. Okay, so for this area, what would I select? I would select. Just that. Okay. But I can select that one inside the elbow and actually make it reduced. Go into. Okay, I can't really do much there with the knuckles. Let's go over here, and I'll do shift, and it's the.
There you go.
That one.
It's on the side.
That
awesome.
One, that one. 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 And
trying to select faces in a pattern? Select the first face, select the next, then press Control Shift Plus to continue the pattern selection. Enjoy.
This one.
That's cool.
This one.
Yeah. See, he's doing it to faces, so I'm not sure if the shortcut would also work on edge loops, but I wouldn't see why not.
I'm very curious. I'm about to try it out. Oh, it tries. It doesn't quite get it for edge loops, it seems. I'm trying to hear it. It grabs one of the edges, but doesn't kind of grab the whole loop like it's supposed to. Darn, that would have been really cool.
Damn.
Well, maybe there's an option for it. Hold on, I'll mess around a little bit, see what I can come up with. So that would be phenomenally cool.
Do you have 2 together selected by the elbow?
Oh yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah, by the elbow.
Where?
By the elbow, there's 2 together instead of
Right there.
Yeah, right.
You're on it as well. One, you got that one, and then you go over the next one to the left. No, your left. Your left. Other.
I'm just comparing the two sides.
Oh.
Yeah, the 2 together is not the worst thing in the world either, but it definitely, you might want to swap it up a little bit. Up to you.
Which ones are the 2 together? This one?
Yeah, going down the forearm. One more to the left.
This one?
Well, one more to the left.
One more.
Yeah, those 2.
Oh, I
two.
see which one you mean. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why it's a bit screwy. Thank you.
We love Blender.
We sure enough do. I'm starting to, I guess.
Welcome to Blender.
Yeah. I'm not following along on this one, but I kind of want my next project. I'm thinking about making a lighthouse with actual light coming out.
Oh, very cool. That sounds fun. But yeah, no, if you not follow along, at least this might be interesting for people who want to take an avatar that that's very poor and make it so they can wear it to clubs that restrict avatar optimization rankings.
That's what I use for mine, actually, though, among other things. I also primarily for raves and such.
Yes.
Like we have to plug Foxy's raves there sometime.
Yes, all of the Den's events and partners. That's another thing too with go-go dancing that I found to be interesting. It's one thing I mentioned last time we talked about avatar optimization is that like one of my goals is, and this is selfish, self-serving, but also, as a go-go dancer, you want to be seen by everybody in the crowd, right? Ideally in the avatar that you intend to be and not your fallback. So the more optimized you are, the more people are going to see you.
Oh, actually, I can do this one and this one and here. Yeah, there. Did I do that on the other side too? Yes, I did. Okay, but I didn't do that bit. I didn't do this. Okay, I think I did this on the other side. Did I do that on the other side? Doesn't look the same to me.
Hopefully it's close enough.
All right, and I did that too. I did some around the thumb as well. A control shift this direction. I know this one and this one and this. Oh no, this one. Yeah, and so now that's done that way. So if I
The bottom side looked a little weird. Like if you zoom on the bottom, I'll see that goes to a random point.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pointer finger.
Actually, I can just control. I can just
We'll just shift click on that one edge to get rid of that singular edge there.
like that.
Yeah, that'll work.
That one too.
It's not perfect, but I don't think it has to be, right? Close enough is the goal here.
Yep.
For two different reasons. I would say, one of the reasons why is, of course, if you're making an optimized version, it doesn't have to be perfect, although perfection is nice. And the second is of course, a demonstration for class. We are intended to actually go use this avatar later. Although we could hand out an optimized, Brazilian Miku for a temple or whatever.
Right, for like events or stuff.
Yeah, I kid, but also not really. Go get permission from the creator for that. This is a first time creator as well. I found this on Jinxie. This is the first thing they've ever released. I found that it was a good candidate just because A, it was free, and B, it was very poor, didn't come with an optimized version, and definitely had room to be optimized. Like we can do a lot with this. But I think the tries is probably the hardest part technically in Blender here. Everything else is going to be using different tools and is a little less technically complicated with the Blender stuff. Even though a lot of this is just the same operation over and over again. It's just select edge loops and then eventually dissolve them. It's just very tedious. But eventually we'll be going into a bunch of other things here too. So we'll be talking about textures and how to atlas them. We'll be talking about fizz bones and how to dissolve bones, meshes and how to merge your meshes together.
Yep.
All that sort of stuff.
I think I got that all.
All by the shoulder, right?
All right. And then I'm going to do shift this one. Actually, no, let's do that differently. This one, then this one. Or no. Okay, so I did it good the first time. I'm dumb. So then it would be this one, and then here and here, and then this. I go all the way around. Yep, and then I want this one, and then this one. Oh yeah, man, it's like that. I think actually it ends kind of like in this weird spot.
Oh, yeah, that's a little weird.
Well, looks like part of that's on the chest as well.
Yeah, I know. We're going to be selecting parts of the chest too. Don't worry. Do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Not that one. Yeah, so like that. So, yeah, not that one. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one.
Of course.
So it's I'm trying to keep it symmetrical. Obviously,
Yeah, you're doing great. It takes
Yeah,
a level
huge.
of rigor that's kind of annoying, right? Just tons of work.
And this and this and this one and this one. You should have seen when I first did this.
Yeah,
And I could just auto select everything, and everything had to be manually selected without shortcut keys.
You have something weird going on the left side there. Asymmetrical. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Look at the detail on that belly button. Jeez.
What do you mean on the left side? Which one?
On the left side going down the leg. You got a whole line there selected.
No, that's
Okay.
I know what that is. It's just that we didn't select the same part on the arm.
Yep, there you go.
It's right here.
Yep. The edge loop goes all the way down the body.
Yep. And so then this one too, and also as well. All right.
Gorgeous. Yep.
And this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. See?
Yep.
It's different on the left and right. It looks like
I get rid of these because they like have this weird connecting thing here in this area. All right.
Yeah.
Mind you, but
yeah, you're right. There is a slight difference. No, I think you have a different edge loop selected on the left and the right there on the back. If you're worried about the symmetricality, slightly off.
How did that happen?
Your left side going down the back should be one.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. That's normal. That's just because you selected the entire poly at this point. I imagine deselecting that line and kind of starting over would be an option. Oh yeah. There you go. Beautiful.
How do I get?
You should be able to select the whole edge loop again and then select it one more time to deselect, right? Alt click on the edge loop. There you go. Gorgeous.
And then it's
that one. Yeah.
This one.
Nice.
And
gorgeous.
is that meant to connect up to the right on each side?
This
it could, but it doesn't have to.
Right.
This
we're kind of already messing up topology. There's a lot of Blender topology of bodies is a whole topic in and of itself. Bodies are one of the most complicated things I have seen to make in VRC.
That's why I'm selecting things in a very specific way, actually, though, because I've actually studied topology to a degree, so I actually know what I actually should be selecting.
Yes,
actually.
Oh yes, no. I can see the method to your madness.
So
no, not that one. This one.
Yeah, what's up, Wicked?
One.
Up at the top of the tummy.
Yes.
When you have a second, up at the top of the tummy. Move up. Okay. Yeah, right there. Or should those? But yes, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Actually, and then I remove not this, but I remove this part. I think. So you can do things like this essentially, though. I'm sure I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna fuck this up. Though, there's a possibility that like I might be clicked something that I shouldn't have because I haven't done this in a bit. But whatever. But it basically goes like this.
Yeah, no, I think you're nailing it. Quite the non-trivial amount of work.
All right, and so this one. Yeah, so yes, it's this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one and this one. All right, for the knees, and then I select this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and I do the same on the other side. Control, no, not that one. It's this one. Yeah. Oh, it is this one, actually. Oh, it's because I selected the wrong one here.
I think it was right. Yeah, it was right. Your U-port just makes it look like the things weren't lined up, but you were right the first time.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so I had it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
And so I almost have the entire body selected now. I can clean up a little bit of this, actually, though.
This is another interesting thing about optimization that we haven't really discussed, and we absolutely could. Which is if you just don't need parts of the mesh. Like if you always expect to have shoes on in your optimized avatar version, you don't need feet. Get rid of them.
On the right, I see.
Yeah, but her feet are wearing sandals. So.
Oh yeah, in this case you do. Sorry,
you didn't connect the line.
1 second, my thing is going to doing this for a second because it's going to render because I'm stupid.
Oh no.
Here we go, solid.
I love how I got food and came back, and I see this poor model turned into a Pikachu.
This poor model is getting absolutely decimated. Get it? Because
Are you deleting the vertices?
yeah, or dissolving edge loops to reduce the poly count at the base.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Because we didn't really need all those vertices anyway.
So then it's this one and this one, right? And this one, this one, this one,
Yeah.
one.
Sick.
Yeah, this one, and then this. Okay,
So then you're set.
That's actually correct for here. All right, so these are some weird edge loops for the toe for the toes. I find. All right, so I want this one, this one. All right, so it's this one, this one, this one, and then for this, it's going to be here, 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 and then right, so this one, yes, here, 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 and here, and then I'll just do the same over here. It's this one, this one. It's not that one. This one, this one, this one. We're almost done. We're almost done this, and then I can actually. And this actually, then we got to do the clothing.
Yep.
And the hair. Oh my God, we may need like more than one class.
Yeah, we can always come back for number 2. I don't mind. I think that working through this, and I do again encourage students to at least consider pulling this up and attempting their own version of this all. And we can also provide these assets at the end of class. Like once we decimated this model up, I'll happily grab we can grab an FBX, throw it into chat, and then everybody can download it for if we do a session 2 so that people can follow along where we left off.
And it's this one, right? Yeah, that one, this 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 one, and yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yes, this one. Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Nice.
And I'm sure after a while, the eye fatigue begins to set in when you're doing the same.
Everything looks like lines and squares.
Everything looks the same. Why? And that's usually whenever I go, okay, is it time for me to maybe refill my glass with something to drink and go to make a bathroom run and just not look at the screen for a few minutes, you know?
Yeah, it can get very, very repetitive, both visually and task-wise. But yes, look at that. Scroll out. Oh my God. Jeez.
That is a lot of yellow lines.
It's a lot of yellow lines. We're at
We're
92,000
behind the
tries
knees.
right now. I'm really curious to see what this ends up coming out to once we dissolve all this.
I can do this one, and
Sure.
I can do this one, and I can do these two
Yeah.
as well too on the knees. Yay! All right.
God.
And so now, oh wait, I'm gonna get rid of these just to make sure. And is there anything else that's weird like that sticks in someone though? Yeah, like this, I guess. Or no, I can do that. Okay, never mind.
You can do that. That would be fine.
No, I just don't want that. I want it to be unselected. All
Nice.
right.
Nice.
And so now if I hit delete and I go dissolve edges, bam.
Woof.
We're down to 78,000 polygons now.
Oh,
603 from 90 something.
Still shockingly high. Is that just including the body here? I feel like that has to be including something else too. But yeah, no, that looks fantastic. Like very, very good. Obviously a little more crunchy, but that's to be expected when you have less polys.
Yeah, so that's a much lower poly body now.
Very nice.
Look at that.
Can I see the back again? Okay, I did miss some. Thank you.
Oh, you're following along. Yay. That makes me so happy.
Yeah, so I've just reduced it and so on though. So like there's like a different. So like you have to think of like these like because the boobs and things and then joints and so on though and such. So like the elbows and like your fingers and so on though they have like shape to them because like these because it actually bends upon these lines. By the way. You have to think of it as like origami in a sense, actually, which actually I think it makes more sense for this.
Well, the fingers got super crunchy.
So these are all lines that they fold along essentially. Okay, so that's why I think. So if you think of it like that, then it makes it more more easy actually in some senses.
The fingers on one of the hands got hella crunchy.
Yeah,
These things happen.
Anyways, let's see. Object mode. Oh yeah, because we have the hair and the head and so on those still. We haven't done any of that. So
Yep.
I've just reduced the body and not like anything else. So if I'm not going to bother touching the face because the faces I usually keep high poly.
Yep. Hair, we can probably do automatic decimation for hair. That's what I usually recommend.
Yes, I recommend that as well too. Actually, though, for hair, I would not do by hand for hair. Do automatic decimation. I would do by hand for the body and for the clothing though, because if you do automatic for those, you usually fuck up the topology.
Yep.
Excuse my language. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Anyways, so we're gonna go back in edit mode, and now I'm going to press H again.
Alt H.
Alt H to unhide everything. All right, and so now I'm going to select for just I want the
Hair, scroll down a bit for hair.
Actually, I'm going to do something else first.
Okay.
I'm going to select the body, and I'm going to hide that, and I'm going to select for the bikini, and I'm going to hide that, and I'm going to select for the select. We can reduce these. These are going to be reduce the nails, and this metal here is like ridiculous. But I don't think I can reduce it very much, unfortunately. Yes, that's already been reduced as much as it can be for metal. That's kind of
pretty crunchy.
Yeah. What about the nails? Let's look at the nails very quickly. I'm a bit nuts about these things.
Oh, you're fine.
Just let her have no nails.
I like it when I like letting them try to have things and so still if I can. I don't like to reduce everything
as a treat
unless I have to.
You could have nails as a treat.
All right, so I'm going to hide the hair. It's like the hair, that, and I'm not going to I'm not going to decimate the face because that you can really tell if you do that. So nope.
I'd recognize Twilight when I see it.
But I will decimate. Funny enough, the eyes actually.
Huh.
Yes, I'm going to select this loop here.
That is an interesting choice.
All right. And I'm going to reduce by doing this, actually. And I'm going to delete and dissolve edges. Bam. There we go. Doesn't look any different. All right. Do we use any of these things, actually, though? Jeez. I swear too much.
These things happen. Don't worry. I do the same thing. Any of the emotes, I guess, it depends on whether you want to be using the emote or not. Realistically, I don't. I think if you want to decimate the eyes, that seems reasonable. But I also think that they're a bigger fish to fry, right? Only 30 or 40 edges.
Why is it playing a thing? What the hell?
Hit space, probably.
This delete, dissolve edges. I'll get rid of those. All right. I learned from someone that was very nuts about making things optimized, so it kind of rubbed off a bit on me. And Anna was kind of her stuff. I remember.
I can appreciate the attention to detail.
No, not that one. No. Yeah, that one, and this one, and this one, and this one. And delete, dissolve edges. Bam. It looks a little bit shittier, but who cares? It's you're not going to see it too much. All right, so hide and eyes, hide, and so now we're going to select, unhide everything. All right. So now we're going to reduce the hair. So for this, I'm going to get Basic to actually explain because I actually use the other blender. I actually use the other version of Cats actually on a different version of Blender.
Well, I can just direct you. I think you'll be able to do this pretty quickly. It shouldn't be too hard. The first thing you want to do is to separate the hair from everything else, right? Because we need to be able to apply a modifier onto the hair, and the easiest way to do that is to just separate it. So select the hair P, and just P as a shortcut works here. Oh, there you go. Separate selection. Beautiful. So now we have body 001 on the right, which contains just our hair. From here, we can go ahead to the modifiers tab, which is the wrench down at the bottom right.
I'm going to go back to properly selected again, go back to edit mode. So it's actually selecting the proper thing.
Yeah, go to the wrench there. And now from here, we can add modifier.
Yep.
And then you can just type, I believe here, if you want to type or find it and find the decimate.
I see it.
So decimation is effectively what it's trying to do here is we have a target poly count by ratio. So we have a ratio of 1 right now. And you're effectively going, and I think you have to remove the armature modifier as well here before you're allowed to apply the decimate modifier. The ratio is effectively the ratio of the number of polygons we want left after we're done decimating. So if we select 0.5 for that ratio, it's going to try to make half the number of polygons as what we currently have. And it does that based upon the curvature of the polygon. It tries to find the edges that have the least amount of curvature, so they affect the look of the model the least. Now that can be a problem when you have things like bodies, for example, because it doesn't make a differentiation between joints and non-joints. And that's a really important thing for bodies because our bodies need to be able to bend. We need to have a lot of polygons and a lot of detail on like joints, like elbows and stuff, so that when they bend, they don't look super weird. But for a hair mesh, we don't really need that because everything kind of deforms evenly out of hair mesh. All the fizz bones kind of deform somewhat evenly. We don't have to worry that much about like actual joints. So for that reason, automatic decimation works great. And we can pick reasonably. I usually just pick a ratio until it looks a little crunchy, but not too crunchy. The easiest way to do that is if you go to object mode, if you go back to object mode, and then up at the top right, there's the viewport dropdown, the viewport overlays. Yeah, click on wireframe under geometry, and there's the checkbox there. And I usually turn opacity down a little bit as well, just to make life a little better, like to half or something. Beautiful. And now you can just kind of like look at the polygons that it's going to generate after you decimate and just go for an approximate level of crunch that looks fine to you. Eventually, like when you go down to like 0.1, you'll be able to tell when it's too crunchy. You can click and drag on the slider as well. If you deselect, it's the easiest way. But yeah, you'll eventually be able to tell if you go down really low in your ratios that things start to look really bad. That. So, maybe even 0.5 might be enough because reasonably we're already at our target polygon if we remove clothing. 0.3 seems decent. That looks all right. Yeah, that looks fine to me.
Wait, give me a second. I'm going to try 0.2, see if that goes
it's going to be too low. It's going to be too low. It's too crunchy.
What the fuck happened to it?
We're decimating the hair to reduce polygon.
I was going to say, I actively now see the polygon.
Yeah.
I was barely I looked away for 1 second.
So then what I do
was like technical talk, and then I just see the hair turn to a mop.
Yeah. We're
so what do I click now? And I click just collapse.
Shift A. When hovering over that, might be Control A. It's one of the two.
Shift A. And
it's Control A. I'm dumb. Control A for apply. Oh, okay. Shape keys. That's not a problem. We have to go remove all the shape keys. So if you go to the green tab on the bottom right.
Loki, what do you mean by a mirror modifier?
Go down a bit. Those guys. Yeah, you go to the green one.
Oh, yeah, data.
Yeah, beautiful. And go to the drop down next to shape keys.
Oh yeah, we don't need all these.
Yep. Kill all the shape keys.
Delete
all.
Removed. Where is it? Oh yeah, there is.
And
I have a giant microphone in the way of half my screen.
Oh no, yeah, with the Yeti, for sure, that makes sense. And then you can go back to your modifiers tab, and now you can apply it. And the reason why we can safely remove all the shape keys, by the way, everybody, is because we separated out the hair and the body. Right, the body shape keys are probably still important for some stuff, but the hair almost certainly has no shape keys we actually care about. And you can't apply a decimation modifier to a mesh that has shape keys on it, because when you think about what shape keys are doing, it's effectively applying an offset to every single vertex. And those shape keys would change if you decimate pretty drastically in a way that it can't just like figure out for you.
We're down to 21,000 polygons with just the hair and the body and the bikini so far. 51,000. So we're actually within limits, but we have to reduce things for other parts of the body now.
Yep. Mind you, we could just move forward with this, right? If you're comfortable with this as your entire body, we could just selectively turn on a couple of things. Like you might be able to turn on the jewelry and maybe like, I don't know, the sunglasses or something. And if that's good enough for you and you don't want any more clothes on the Avi, boom, you're done. Like you're done with this step. And for the sake of time, I might even recommend that we do something like that. Just find a limit cutoff here and then go to the next stuff.
Oh, I can figure out what actually can be removed.
Jeez, the jewelry is crazy.
We might even reduce most of this jewelry down to like only a few things actually as well too. The shorts is now down to up to 58,000. So that's actually not too bad.
Yeah. And the shorts are very, if we want to keep the essence of the avatar too, that can be another part, like a valuable, like stylistic lesson when it comes to design. If we still want this to look like Brazilian Miku, those shorts are important, right?
Yes, that is true. Though they are clipping through the bikini though. So
I wonder if it's using UV discards for that. What did you say, Bonman?
Loki, I was asking Loki what he meant by mirror modifier, and they were saying that like they were trying to figure out they were able to mirror edge loops. But they looked on Google and said that might not be the case. Do you have any more clarification?
I'm really curious about that. First off, using the symmetry mode in edit mode is oftentimes just fraught with problems because of the way that symmetry works in edit mode is a little bit different than the way it worked in sculpt mode, where it only affects vertexes that are exactly on the opposite side. If it's even a micrometer different, it breaks that symmetry irreparably. It's extremely annoying. I'm not sure that you're even able to do it with selecting edge loops. You might be able to. And I can go, into my Blender here and confirm. Another thing you could consider doing, and this might have its own problems as well, is deleting half of the mesh. You could actually delete one whole side of the body, do all of your changes on one side, and then mirror your body back to the other side.
Oh shit!
It works. Now that sort of issue, that sort of thing can have problems when it comes to like your vertex group names. Is it might not properly symmetrize your vertex group names to be the opposite bone.
Right.
There are potential issues you have to sort through. Really, a lot of this is just a game of the lesser evil.
Yeah, and so like I was going through, like I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe if I can do one side and have, a mirror mod do the other half. And so I Googled and it was like, you can technically do it, but it's not really good.
Sure.
And then I was just like, well, and then you have to go through the whole thing of like setting like up the mod and everything. And like, no, I was like, yeah, no, you're not doing that.
I'm going to bother with this. Sure. These shorts are a bit annoying to like optimize, but they can be done. Why does that edge loop go like that? That makes no sense. I don't understand how they made this at times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's some interesting choices. Looks like maybe some split normal stuff there too. It's a little bit weird. Some of this could have been done with quad remesher as well. It looks like it probably wasn't. This all seems like it was done intentionally. But
I don't want that selection. Why is that selected? The fuck?
Interesting.
This, that, here. No to that. No, stop that. Whatever. No, let's try this and this one. That's weird. All right. I don't want those ones selected. That's correct for there, but no. All right, so here. That's not what I want. Control Shift L. Oh yeah, I want this loop cut. Yeah, there we go. This one. Yeah, it's just the shorts. The same thing again. That's before. No.
Yeah, very interesting. What is choosing to make loop cuts out of there? Nice.
I think hold shift and then this one. No.
Yeah, it's so strange. This almost feels like it's a question of like whether the juice is worth the squeeze in this particular case, right? It looks like you have some overlapping polys there as well. Yeah, it can be frustrating to say the least.
Why did you make your avatar like this? I want to throttle your face.
That's relatable. Oh my gosh. Sometimes people make interesting choices when making avatars or assets. Of course, and these shorts were probably not made by this creator, right? They were probably made by somebody else and they threw them on the Avi.
It looks like their booth actually, though.
Interesting. Well, we can go find out. We can go put whoever it is on blast. I'm kidding. Don't judge.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that. Don't worry.
I'm doing it in the background. Don't you worry. One of those do as I say, not as I do moments.
This one and this one. Nope, not this one. No, not those. Not these. Not this. Why are the shorts made like this? Whatever, Miss Miku.
Miss Miku's being difficult.
Yes, Miss Miku is being difficult. Is it okay? So I have to like unselect.
Oh my gosh,
some weird.
Jeez. Yeah, there's some weird choices made with these shorts. They are cute though.
Screw it. I'm not touching these.
There you go. I mean, honestly, I think that we could already like just pick a couple of the things we actually want to have on the outfit.
So
get it to 70K and move on.
I know, but I mean, if I go back here, though, it's actually we're already at 70K with the shorts on. If I put the shirt on, then
we're still good.
3,000 actually, and then if I put on the sunglasses, we're
still good.
5,000, and if I put on the flower piece, we're
still good.
Yeah, but I need the shoes to exist.
Oh, sure.
So I'm gonna reduce the shirts and I'm gonna reduce the shoes if I reduce those. Yeah,
Oh, the
these can
shoes
be
are
reduced
the
easily.
shoes are super low poly. You're basically good there. There's a little bit you can reduce in there, but
Oh, it's a flat edge,
Yeah,
right?
I can reduce a little bit, so I'll do it because why not?
go for it.
This one I want, and I want this one. All right, and I want this, and I want this one, and I want this one. Yeah, so this one in the middle. I'm trying to retain like the geometry of it overall. If you know what I mean.
Yes.
What do you call these kind of shoes, anyways? Like they put like a Spanish name for it.
Platforms. I mean, that's all I can think of.
I almost said hooker heels.
They're called chanclaws on here.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Chanclas.
Well, there you go.
Aren't those Crocs?
Probably.
No, that's like a platform. But
They're a platform sandal. It looks like.
yeah,
I don't want that mode for viewing. Thank you though. This one. Yep. I want this. I want this. I want this. Yeah. This. Yeah. No. This. Yeah. And this one. I'm just trying to show you the method of my madness, so you can figure it out.
The only thing I mean, the method of madness I see right now are spaghetti-o pool noodle hair.
Yeah.
My baby.
Oh.
Look at that hair. Looks like a fucking Swiffer wet jet.
That's crazy. Well, if you ever needed to replace the hair, I hear there's a creator out there that makes some pretty cool, pretty wacky hair that you can go buy from and throw on there.
Oh, I wonder who.
I
have no clue. I feel like it would be hilarious right after this class. How to optimize hair by making it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then you learn how to make hair.
Yeah.
Which I mean, hopefully, if you're interested in me end up doing that, that's I think something that would be really awesome to teach.
It would be hilarious.
That would be nice.
Build it from the ground up. There's a lot more flexibility, right?
Yeah.
And have it not look like a whole pool noodle from Family Dollar. Yeah, but it's a precious pool noodle. It is precious.
All right, so
and what's funny enough is that this won't actually
edges,
hurt the
and
entirety of the
it looks basically the same. Nothing changed really about them too much.
Yeah, there you go.
Bam. Object mode. I'm gonna do the same for the top. So I'll just I'll just turn off everything else, so I don't need to look at them. I'm also gonna reduce the sunglasses too. Will take too long. Don't worry. We're almost done. I'm just gonna do this in sunglasses. Literally in the end. That's it.
Hell yeah.
So let's see. This one. Oh, no,
you also could consider an unsubdivide here. I'm actually really curious how this would look. Since it's already on the shirt, what if we just try it real quick? Unless you want to just go through the process like this, that would work too. But I'm curious to see how that would look.
I don't know. I haven't tried that.
It's somewhat simple to try. It's basically the same thing as decimation. It's a different decimation mode. So instead of collapse, it's unsubdivide essentially tries to reverse the subdivision, which does exactly what you'd think it would do, right? So it tries to instead of making tries out of everything, it actually attempts to just make larger quads to not ruin the topology.
This one. No, not that one. This one. That one. Oh no, not that. Yeah, that one. Is that everything I want? No. That one. This one. And this, and then this.
Solid.
And so then I'm just going to select all that. I'm going to do delete and solve edges.
Gorgeous.
Oh, wait. I didn't. That looks kind of strange in that one area.
Yeah, I got a little. You selected one line too high on the right there. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, that one. You select that. Select one loop down. Yeah. And then one loop down on the other, down below it as well. Whereas there's that T kind of thing going on. But you got it. I think you were in the right spot.
Well, I didn't select anything on this side is the problem actually though as well.
Oh, true.
That's actually correct. I don't know. Control Shift. This area, this spot here, and then because it has a weird, because it's odd numbered for the lines. So it does this anyways. That's stupid. All right. Delete edges. Yeah, there we go. Now it looks the same.
Nice.
All right. So now we go back to object mode and we turn on everything else. And we see what we're at. We're at 95,000 now. If I turn off we're at 73,000.
That's good. We're almost there.
So what do I need to reduce? I need to reduce the sunglasses. All right. So I'll reduce the sunglasses next.
Yeah, it's selected. Yeah.
Oh, right. These are actually quite optimized though already.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how I'm gonna reduce, but I'm gonna reduce more on this thing.
What about the top frame there? Like that top edge.
You can also see where the creator made a mistake on the sharp edges. Around the lenses. The lenses have one edge that's not marked as sharp on the left side of the lens.
Oh, I see right here.
Yep. It's always interesting to me to observe little mistakes made by creators. Not to judge them, but to...
they did that by accident.
Right. It's just, it's humanizing. Like, oh yeah, I do the same thing.
This one...
Makes me judge myself a little bit less harshly for my own failures. So I feel like, and this is a problem I struggle with, is I eventually am hoping to release assets. But I thus far have not actually hit the button on publishing anything because every time I make something, I'm like, I can do better. I can do better than this.
Yeah, I get that.
And there's some amount of just ship it philosophy, I think, that should be applied. Or sometimes it is good to just hit the ship button and get feedback and iterate from there. We do that in software all the time.
That is true.
I'm so sorry. Apologies from me to everybody who uses my software.
Oh, no, I don't want that. I got that one anyway, so never mind. Started from the first one. Okay, so this one, right? Yes. And then this one. Oh, no. This one. No. Oh, I can get that one too. Yeah, I can get that one too. No, I don't want wireframe.
Yeah.
Please. Blender, please. All right. So it was this one, and this one. I think that's everything selected symmetrically on both sides. Not being crazy. And reduce, and we're down to 1000 mode. We're on the rest of the avatar. 94 off. We're at 71. So we're actually down. So I use some though, because I'm going to keep that, but I'm going to jewelry on. Most of the time when I make up peers, I'm just saying, it's usually very, very high poly. It's either the jewelry or some.
You're cutting out just a
peers. What? Am I slurring my words?
No, you were cutting out a little bit. The mic was not activating. Maybe a voice activation issue. But I think you're good now.
I was saying that it always turns out that I usually have to remove the jewelry whenever I do optimization. Usually, it usually disappears because it's usually very high poly in comparison to everything else.
Yeah, things like rings and stuff like that are always super duper detailed, disproportionately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Small, tiny chains.
Exactly. I'm fairly sure I've shown this in a couple of my classes. The belly chains on my Avi. I have to apologize every time I talk about them because they're 30,000 tries or some shit.
I will see avatars that have these almost thin as hair chains coming off the ears or something in the hair that also are fizz bone so that they move and wriggle and react and they are the smallest, thinnest, tiniest individual links, but they're so small that you almost can't tell that they're links unless you get just right where they're right in front of your eyeball.
Well, yeah, and that speaks something here too to the decimation that we're doing here is what things do you actually want to have super detailed on the Avi and what don't you care about? Typically, that's also going to be what are people actually looking at, right? Well, again, one of the reasons why you don't really touch the face on the Avi is because that is the focal point. Everybody's going to look there and sometimes, depending on the situation, be pretty close to it.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, right? So, and then things like jewelry, your hands sometimes too. People getting relatively close to hands is common. Like when you're even giving head pats to somebody, right? That your bracelet is going to be right in front of their face. So there's a reason why jewelry is super, super high detail.
So this one.
But I think this also interestingly speaks to a demonstration of the amount of work this takes to do. For better or for worse. Now, I think that there might be a cutoff point in which it is better when doing this yourself if you don't have the motivation to go down to this level of detail to just take off certain pieces of the outfit until you're comfortable.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, actually.
That's just a lot less work.
I'm just a little bit crazy. You don't need to be like me.
Probably, it had 6 bracelets, 3 on each arm. Okay, maybe take off so that it's just 1 on each arm.
Yep.
Pick the 2 that are most optimized and toss the rest.
Yep. And pick the things that make, like, going back to the design perspective again. Pick the things that make it most Brazilian Miku, like the necklace, for example, right? And keep 1 bracelet and a necklace and call it good. Move on.
If I can, I will.
That's what I was thinking. Just like have like 1 bracelet maybe on like left wrist or something.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see once I decimate this thing whether I can or not. Actually,
Brazilian Miku, and then all I'm gonna do is like, for my tutorial, here's how to make Brazilian Miku hair.
Yes, let's do it. And we can remake the hair on top, make it performant. Especially once we're working with paths. That's one of the things that we're going to probably discuss as part of that, right?
So that's going to be that's going to be my snick bit is paths are going to be your best friend.
Yes, and you can just reduce the resolution.
The mirror tool and the symmetrize tool will be your best friend too.
Oh, I'm so excited for that class because that's one thing I've really wanted to learn.
Oh, hair?
Yeah, I mean, I know the basics.
I had to learn it a little bit because I've been in Substance Painter 24/7.
Yeah, you've been pumping out textures like crazy.
I would have made this a whole ass art class, but since we're doing Brazilian Miku, and since Fortnite just came, okay.
I mean, an art class would be great too. I think that that dovetails really nicely into the rest of Unity and Blender work, right? Part of the design aspect of things.
Oh, for sure. Especially if you want to do some cool textures. If you're like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa, but that's too damn bad. If you ever felt like, oh man, I wish I had a cool texture, something that nobody else can have. I want to look fly. I want to come up in the club. I want to look cool. Then Substance Painter would be your friend, but not for $200+.
So expensive.
I want to throw down and have like the best textures in the entire house.
Is that like a one time or is that like every year?
Every year, but I bought a license key. This is not illegal. I'm not over here about to say, oh, pirate Adobe, man. That's the way to go, bro. I'm not going to do that to y'all.
Lifetime license, is there a better alternative? The option is there.
There is a better alternative. You can go to either G2A or King Penguin or Kingu, and I got mine for like $25 for a license key for a year. And it's completely legal.
Interesting.
It's just like a discounted option.
Yeah, and they're both, I would say, very trusted websites. Because obviously you're going there for a key. You wouldn't think to look for things like, because they also have like Windows and other Adobe products on there, so you wouldn't really think to look for that kind of stuff for a place where you get like Steam games and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't have thought about it.
Yeah, I would say the same.
Yeah, no, I would rather someone pay $20 than $250 a year.
No kidding.
That flower looks basically the same.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah. Another interesting shortcut once you show everything again. I can show you a cool shortcut here to only show a single mesh at a time. And if you click on any given mesh and then hit, heck yeah.
And we have but we can't have the jewelry though. Unfortunately, you turn the jewelry on and now it's up to 91. Jewelry disappears. I'm sorry, Miku.
But you could even consider doing like a single necklace and see if we're still with it.
Yeah, like the choker with the flower on the side.
Which one? This one?
Little beads or whatever. Really any of them. I'm curious to see if we could keep even one thing out of the jewelry. But if not, I think also too that we can just move on. It won't be a big deal.
I think the earrings. I think you should save the earrings.
Oh yeah, that's reasonable. You could select just the earrings, invert the selection, delete, and see if we're still within poly count.
Yeah, give me a second.
Ooh, should I? Since Dro said that once the video comes out, I'll catch up. Should I post my tutorial videos I did for hair?
Absolutely. Yeah, go for it. You're more than welcome to.
I'm not going to be a salon and be like, oh, you have to go to my server in order to view the videos. I'll post them in here. I don't know if I have the access to do that, but
yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome to post any YouTube content that you've put in the Unity Blender channel. That'd be awesome.
I'm going to delete these vertices actually completely.
Do it.
And so on the
kill them.
And so now we're down to,
unfortunately, but still
we're still we're down to 2,000 now. So we're actually over by 1,000. Now,
the necklace might be
500. so we can't actually keep the earrings.
Yeah, kill the jewelry and we can move on. I think that still keeps the essence of Miku. She's still alive.
I'm sorry, Miku. Here you go.
Maybe the necklace is more optimized, right?
Actually, no. What I'm going to do is.
Yeah, it's a good question, but I think with only 500 polys, there's only so much we can do.
I have an idea.
You gonna try automatic decimation of the earrings?
Yes.
Sure.
A search, decimate, just the earrings. It's going to go down to
0.25 or something along those lines.
Yeah, like
0.25.
That's not bad.
2.24. 0.2. There we go.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, shape keys.
Yeah, you go
shape
delete
keys
all
for
your
some
shape keys.
reason.
Green tab.
What? Why does it have this?
That's probably shape keys for the body that can be modified.
Oh no, it's for the because there was like things beads and everything on here,
right. So those beads being able to move for the body shape. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. You're good.
Here. Yeah. So here.
Yeah.
Apply.
Hey, look at that. Yeah. Right under the limit, squeaking under it. You should save your project.
Control
you should save a couple of times by now.
Yeah.
Why are we not saved yet? We're an hour and a half in.
I'm gonna turn off a wireframe. I don't want it now. This is what she looks like, and I've reduced her down, and so though she looks just fine.
Amazing.
There's a peeking through there. I'm just gonna fix that by going into sculpt mode and getting the icons look different from the last time.
Oh yeah, they changed a little. Now they're at the very bottom of the screen. 4.3 changed a little bit.
Oh Lord, I couldn't work like that.
No, you get used to it pretty quick.
4.3.
you get used to it pretty quick.
I want elastic grab, and I'm going to pull that out a little bit just to fix that little bit, and same over here. Boop, and and we're done. That's it.
Just the shorts, right?
Yeah, the shorts.
That's probably UV discarded, but we can also manually go down and do that if you want to. But I'm pretty sure the UV discard that part of the underwear, which you can go double check. You can go to UV edit UV editing workflow and see if they have a separate UDIM tile for those, or if it's a shape key, perhaps. Hard to know. Yeah, so you could look for shape keys in there.
Yeah, there's a UV hide.
Yeah, you can go look at the contents of that UV map if you wanted to, just to know for sure.
It's part of the body, so yes, I think it is actually. So this is actually on the body itself, so I can go to now
UV editing.
UV editing.
Nope.
No, that's not what I want.
Yeah, you're good. No, that's still the right part of the mesh though, and you just want to go now to select the UV hide UDIM map on the right. So select the.
Yeah, there is another section for it right over here.
Yep. If you want to be able to see the entirety of the UV tiling, you can hit the arrows at the very top left of the UV window on the left side window. No, yeah, I'll let you do your thing.
Oh, yeah, it's going over here, so actually it's going to a different tile, and so it does actually hide. I do my tiles normally if I do what to do for.
I actually didn't know that was a button. That's really cool. That's really nice. Cool.
You didn't know about making these tiles bigger?
Well, I knew. I just kept them invisible. I didn't know you could actually make them tiles. I just was used to things floating off on the side there.
No, you just go to tiles.
That's great.
4x4.
Good to know.
4x4, and then this will tell you which area actually though in the UV disc.
Yeah.
So I can throw those as well too. So this is one area. Is another area here.
We should discuss a little bit about what UDIM tiling is in the first place.
Oh, we'll be discussing this in length eventually because I'm going to also how to do toggles for this actually as part of like optimization anyways.
Yes.
Actually, because we're gonna like turn a lot of this clothing into its own it's all gonna be one mesh in the end, and we're still gonna have toggles to be able to take off this top and this shorts and everything is what I'm planning on actually.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's a good next step.
All right, so I'm gonna so we're down. So now we're past the gate of polygons. We're enjoying these meshes. All right. So we're past the polygon gate. So now what we have to do is we have to figure out how we're going to reduce other things and so on those. So we're going to reduce. So one of the things we can reduce next is we need to start reducing our mesh number and our materials and other such things of this. And so this is where I start planning things actually though. So we have, but I don't need to do too much because we don't have too many things to work with here. We only have like a shorts, a top, some sunglasses, and so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have 6 different things. So we can have I can put my sunglass, I can put my shirt, and I can do my shorts and my shoes and the flower piece. Actually, I could probably even do the jewelry, sunglasses too, depending upon like the size of the textures. Actually, though, for like stuff. So this is the part where I'm going to start needing to do a bit, planning for this. So I have to now go into Unity actually for this part. Actually, it's the funny thing. I'm not actually using Blender now because I'm in planning phase. So I go into my textures and I go to where is it? Textures. What? Where do they put their textures for all the stuff? Here it is. Okay, so going to she has multiple changes for like the colors on the skin. We can keep that. We can have everything as being like the skin as the body and then like the clothing, and so we can actually maintain some of this actually though. Oh yeah, and there's like different ones for the things that we're gonna have to have just 2. So default blue and then like black or something we're gonna have to do for these. What are these? These are your normals for your jeans. What's this material for? Open this. That's the shirt. Okay. The normal map for the shirt. Good thing I think I've opened up and show and explore. What are these files? Which and so I can do. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to casually just open up Photoshop. I need just some kind of texture program now. This.
Worth noting, if you don't have Photoshop, you can use other editing tools and do something similar. There's similar operations that exist in all of these different tools.
You can also use Pixlr.
Oh, I've never used that one. Interesting.
I can link it in the side chat.
Yeah, sure. That sounds great. I've seen people use GIMP. I've seen people use Krita. Even Paint.net.
I'll be doing this. I'll be making an 8K file for this. This is a giant 8K texture. Thank you. All right. So now I'm going to take these.
And the hope here is that we're going to be doing some texture atlasing. So the idea behind this is that if we have multiple materials and we want to make it down into a single material, we have to put all of our textures onto a single file, even though they used to be multiple files. And we're going to do that by basically using 4 different corners, or however, splitting it into however many different tiles as we want to, into a single image and combine all of your textures into one.
Why is it working like this? This makes no sense.
Silly
why did it do that? Why did it like? No, stop that.
It's a classic.
Is this thing actually a fucking 8K texture for this?
There's no way. Under details, you can see it.
Where's it?
Properties, details.
4K.
It's a 4K. Sure.
Why is it making it full screen though? It should only go to one. It's doubling the size.
Yeah. It's
why is it doing that?
Yeah, no idea. Looks like
why
it's
are you doing that?
Filling the whole space. It looks like at the top left there. Yeah, the very top left. In the very top bar, you can specify 25%. That'd be good enough.
I want 50%.
Well, you want 25 because it's still that's their right 4K, right? So if you look at the very top bar of your image of your program, there's the X and the Y coordinate.
Yeah.
You can just type in 25 up there, right?
Oh.
That should be exactly half.
There we go.
Gorgeous.
All right, turn off the background. Okay, and then I'll do the same for the shorts if I can find shorts here.
Notably, we'll have to go in and do a lot of this for not just our albedo textures, which is like the normal color, but we'll also want to probably go in and do this for normal maps, and we'll want to go in if we have like metallic smoothness maps or even masks. We'll have to go in and do it for all those as well.
Why are you doing this, you dumbass? I want. Oh wow, this thing reduces quite a lot. Okay,
that's interesting.
I did 25% for that, and it went down to that.
I feel like those things aren't going to line up perfectly, but who knows?
I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah. For the sake of demonstration, it is what it is.
All right. So what else? These are the. I think these are the shoes. This is the roughness map. There's the height map. There's the metallic. Is this the actual color of them? It has to be. Here, and then I want it down to 25. So these things are actually quite big. It looks like it's fine if it overlaps because like this thing, the UV map, the UV only goes to like this area here on this, so I don't care. I just have to find all the stuff like what each one actually. This is the ridiculous part though. These are the nails and accessory.
Atlasing manually like this can be pretty brutal. I bet you there's some sort of plugin that can be used in Photoshop to improve this. I know that there's one for PaintNet. I've seen somebody else use it before.
I can put this in here because I'm atlasing everything together into a single thing. So this is the nails and the accessories. This is the shorts. This is the shoes. This is the top. What about the sunglasses? Where's the glasses? Oh, the flower. We can put the flower in here. Okay. We could put the flower. I can put that there, actually. That's fine. And then we could put the flower here, I guess. I'll figure out a better spot for it later. That's the hair. This is the long annoying part. So we may need another class actually to keep going for this, because we're at 9:30 now for me.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think I'd be totally fine with continuing this next week and finishing the rest of the process up if we'd like to. We have another 20 minutes of class today, and then we do have a hard stop.
It's gonna take a lot longer than that. I can guarantee you.
Yeah, that's fair. I think too, some of this is going to be like what's good enough. The end result here, at the end of the day, too, this isn't a commission, and that's one of the things of like level of rigor that's worth discussing here. If anybody's interested in getting into things like commissioning, is if you are doing commissions for people, the level of rigor is obviously going to be a lot higher than if you're doing it for yourself, because you want to make sure that you do it to their satisfaction. And for the sake of teaching, right, we don't have to do it really to anybody's satisfaction. Nobody's going to be using this avatar when we're done. Well, I mean, if we do get an optimized Miku, I might for the memes every once in a while, right? but it won't be my primary avatar, right? So I think that
if we keep doing this, we will have an optimized Miku in the end. That will be rated.
Yeah. Honestly, no, we can hand that out. It'd be good. I'm pretty sure. In fact, I'm fairly sure that the creators' terms of service even give us free reign to distribute this as we see fit.
Yeah, I don't think I have enough time actually to keep going with this, and so that would be another couple hours actually though just to do this part.
Yeah, that's fair. We also could, if we describe what we want to be doing with atlasing here and describe it in depth well, we can go do this offline and then come back next week with something that's already like with atlasing finished, and then go finish the rest of the process. I'm looking right now at something at a Photoshop plugin that might be able to handle atlasing for us to make life a little bit easier.
Well, there's a bunch of things I need to do in Blender as well too, along with this actually to show the people actually though. So it's good as well. So I need to like move the UV islands around and among other things.
Yep. One strategy I've used in classes in the past is I'll do a lot of the work ahead of time, have it done, and then show an example of how to go do the thing during class, and then be like, okay, so do this thing again 1,000 times, and here's the final result. Right?
Well, I've never done this, so
no. That's fair. That's I'm just thinking of ways that we can come back next class with something that students want, but that's also something we can open up to you all. What all would you like to see most? What's something that
we have to reduce the materials and the mesh count next. So yeah.
Yep.
But we have her down basically to poor level now, guaranteed. If I put this back inside Unity and like the way I would normally do it, then it would not be very poor anymore. It would now be labeled as poor, and you'd be able to go to raves with it actually, like already actually.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the stats for the Abby were. We never did end up looking at the avatar in Unity to go see what the original stats are.
I can do that right now.
Yeah,
the VR chat.
Because that's important when you go out to originally do this thing. Yeah, you're gonna have to go sign in.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to turn off my thing for this so people don't see my
sure,
stuff.
See the sensitive details. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, no, that's obviously part of this process. Whenever doing this for a commission or for yourself, is you're going to first go in and go look at what things actually make this not very, or what makes it very poor, right, and work backwards from there. It's almost certainly always going to be polygon, so it was cool to like see the process, to know the details about how you go about decimating. And I think it's the selecting edge loops, which edge loops you select, is something that just takes time to get comfortable with. There's a lot of topology tutorials, but topology tutorials can be very dry. Very, very, very dry.
Yeah, I guess like topology would be huge for like making any kind of avatar or like 3D asset too.
Yep. I just watched. You can find a lot of videos for like people just showing what topology actually is on like either Twitter or on TikTok, but TikTok is disappearing. So
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Some big YouTube playlists are really nice sometimes. Like they go real in depth.
Yep. I would love to go eventually curate a couple more YouTube tutorials from people that I want to do myself, and I think that other people should do. Obviously, my first recommendation to everybody, and I think everybody in this room has already heard me recommend this probably more than once, is the donut tutorial if you want to learn Blender for the first time.
All right, so
Loki laughs a little bit. Yeah. How's your going?
That was a legit, cough.
Oh, okay.
My donut's going all right. I'm in the the rendering and composition part of it now. So
it says triangles is very poor, so it's like too much. But the texture memory is also very poor, so I have to reduce that too. But that's not too hard to do. It only needs to be reduced by another 3 megs actually, which is actually kind of funny. It's only off from poor by 3 megabytes actually, hilariously. So that's like nothing at all. Then it would be down to poor, and then if I reduce it even further, if we get down to medium, because we have too many bones, and I have to figure out how to reduce the bones actually in this thing. Because it has 230 bones, and it needs to be reduced down to, what's the website say for like the bone count?
For medium? For good for bones is 150.
Okay, so
You have to delete any bones.
That's going to be a pain in the butt to get down.
A bunch of free ones, like all the toes. You're right. We don't need toe movement. That's 10 bones for free.
Yeah, so I can go turn on the armature, and I can show you we can delete the toe bones. We can delete the bones on the strings that move. We don't need those because that's just more fizz bones in the end too.
We can dissolve a bunch of the hair bones as well. We probably don't need anywhere near that many.
Yeah.
All the bones on the ribbons there can go. We probably don't want to just delete them because you have the vertex groups associated with them. I'm curious if you can do this in cats to show how this process works. If you want to, you still have a little bit of time. We do have a hard cutoff at 10 today because we have Deirdre Dark's sociology class in VR at 10 p.m. CST, in 15 minutes.
Ooh, interesting.
Yes. So I want to be respectful of her time and encourage all of you to go to her class. She's awesome, and sociology is a pretty cool topic.
All right, what's these? Oh, it's the cheeks. The cheeks move.
Oh, you got the little cheekbones. Yeah, cute.
The cheeks move.
No, you get the cute little cheek
face
physics.
tracking?
No, that's for cheek physics. So you get the little squishy cheeks. The face tracking is all done with blood shapes, typically, and I think this is Starlight Head, so I can talk with some level of confidence. It uses a specification called ARKit, which is a specification for face tracking that uses various different blend shapes. They actually specify a huge list of them. I believe it's all made by Apple, I want to say. It's either made by or maintained by Apple. But they have the documentation for ARKit, and it's a very in-depth list of a bunch of different ways, basically simplifying all of the different complex muscles in the face to a certain number of blend shapes. It's still like 30 or 40 different blend shapes. But you have, all of the little movements like lip up or lip down, right? And you combine all those together, and you eventually get your face tracking in your hardware. It figures out those values for you and then translates them over OCR to the game, and that sets the values of the blend shapes.
Merge bones? No, it's not what I want. I want it to.
I said OCR. I meant OSC. My apologies. So what are you doing here, Merton?
I'm trying to dissolve the bones.
Yes, using cats.
No, it doesn't work on this one, unfortunately.
No, why not?
It works on the original cat. The one I'm looking for. These are for merging them together, so I can merge bones and so on, though, but not for deleting.
Oh, interesting.
0 weight bones, constraints, 0 weight vertex groups.
Interesting.
Keep bones with a twist, keep empty parent bones. All right, I'll have to go load this into the other version of Blender and use old cats to do this. Yay.
Fun.
All right. But yeah, we can
save that.
I have to save that for another day, looks like. Yeah, so we only have 10 minutes left at this rate, looks like. But yeah, so what you would do is we would re-atlas things by going into here. Actually, I'm going to get out of it. Back to object mode, go here, go to sunglasses, I'm to vertex groups. It's here. It's in this tab. It's in the material tab, and I will go through and these will all become most of this will be deleted except for I'm going to keep lenses as things this transparent section because it looks like you kind of need it. But nails and accessories will be gone, and it will be combined with shirt. Because this one will be disappeared, and then I'll be this one up such, and yeah, this will disappear. This will disappear, and come on, go. This will disappear. How many things on here do I have to wear? So this will disappear on here. I'm going to combine like body and head and like a bunch of these actually though together into one material actually as well too on the body because there's too many on the body. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we're going to have to do all that next week. Looks like.
Yes.
So when we're done all this will be green, and I can guarantee you.
Exciting. Cool. I think we can transition over to the conclusion of the class then. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns?
Sorry that took so long.
These things happen. It's part of the process. If anything, it highlights how much work it is, which is, I guess,
it's not hard. It's not hard work, I don't think. Anyways, it's just a bunch of button clicking.
Tedious, yes.
It's like making a turkey on Thanksgiving.
Yep, that's reasonable.
Wrong button.
Cool. Any other questions, comments, concerns? I'm really interested to continue on this process. I think this is one of the most common asks for commissions as well. That and like adding clothing onto Avies, right? Is optimization. I know that right now for Gear Fest coming up, that Scoot has had his hands full with Ministry Dancers, getting them all to an optimized state for their Avies.
You've seen mine, right? The avatar I made, obviously.
Yeah.
I made that one, my green avatar.
Yep. We should show that off sometime. I think next class it might be cool to show off the things that you made in your Avi and the process that you used. And of course, we're going to be doing something really similar with all the UV discards and everything too. But
we're currently doing the same process.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yep, that's a good point. Cool. Any final thoughts?
Any questions?
No, I think you did right. I think you did good.
So that avatar is now poor rated and not very poor, and we'll get it down to at least medium. I think green might be hard. We'll try for green though.
That'll be nice.
Excellent. Yes, no, I think green would be really cool. That'd be really cool to come out of that with that. I'd also love to, maybe not, but I reach out to the creator. Maybe we could consider it. Obviously, some things like the hair got a little crunchy, but it'd be cool to be like, hey, yeah, we did the thing. Look at that. Wow. Neat.
Yeah. It's looking kind of like at the moment, but once we throw textures on it and everything, that'll be fine.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Merton, for being willing to share your knowledge and expertise. Really appreciate you.
Sorry, it was only one tiny bit of it so far.
Thank you, Merton. Thank you, Mason. It was good.
Thank you.
Anyways, so we did last time where like I was showing like how to reduce polygons on your avatar, mostly by hand. Because that's what I do it mostly by. Here, I can make a new project and just do just reiterate like what I was doing essentially though for reducing by hand. All right, for those I didn't see last time. All right, it won't take too long to do that. Desktop. Blender projects and Brazilian Miku. So here is the original FBX file before I did any reduction on it, right? And so if I go to statistics, you can see that it's 141,446 polygons in total on this thing. So it's definitely very poor. And if I select the armature and I go into edit mode, you can see that it is 194 bones on the armature. All right, as well. This is not good, people. This is very poor territory, and we don't like that here because we're here to optimize like the shit out of this. So what we did first, and just to reiterate, and what would have happened is we went to just the body. I'm not going to bother turning off the. I can do this. All right, edit, and I'm going to select, and all that's going to be hidden. Yay! All right, so now that all that stuff is hidden, I press H on my keyboard. What I can do is what I did was I started reducing the polygons by holding Control and Shift on my keyboard, and I would just making sure that I'm in this mode up here for selecting lines and not dots. Okay, and then I hold Alt and Shift, and I just select this one, and then I get the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. I keep doing it all the way down. Okay. And that's basically all I did essentially on this thing. Though I had to go back and like redo it though because I actually screwed up last time. So like what we did last time is like correct but also incorrect. I actually did it slightly differently. Like I didn't do these ones and so on though. Actually no, wait. This. I turn off these two. Pick this one. Pick this one, pick this one, yeah, and so on and so forth. So for Sky, this is what I mean by the topology, is like these shapes that's actually on the avatar. You see what I mean?
Okay, now I get it. Yeah.
Because your mesh will actually bend along these lines. Basically, it's sort of you have to think of it almost like it's origami actually in a sense. Okay? And so it bends upon these specific lines, actually, though. And so I have to make sure that I'm not going to. So when I'm reducing my polygons, I have to make sure that I keep the topology. And so I would select all the different things and so on though along here, and I'd go like this direction as well too, and like along here and such. No. All right, so like all the way around. Oh, why is it doing that? Control Shift. So like all the way around kind of thing. All right. So I would get like. Such, but I have to be very careful about like which ones I select and so on, though. Essentially, because I want to make sure that these shapes essentially like keep remain essentially. All right, so that's what I did on for reducing the polygons, and then what I did was after the polygons were reduced, I went in and I then had to go into the folder for the actual like project. Because I needed all the textures that came with this thing. All right, so I'm going to go to Brazilian, Miku, and assets, and so next I set this up in because it's a Unity package that it came with, and then I took all these textures, all right, and I organized them into folders. I shouldn't have actually deleted that. I'm stupid, but I can redo it again and just reselect everything and put them in folders. And so I had a folder for each kind of texture because each of these textures actually does something different. Some of these are masks, actually. Some of these are normal. Some of these are normal maps, and some of these are other things, and they all kind of do something a bit different. I'm not going to bother with this one, and I'm not going to bother with this. Because this is for the flower. This is for something in the eyes. It's a GIF file, and this is for your accessories. So also all the jewelry. So I'm not going to bother with this one either. It turns out, but I'm going to copy all of these. I'm going to put them into a folder over here. Oof, right, and then I'm going to make folders for each of these kinds of things. So like base for base textures. Which would be like this and this and this, and these are base textures. All right, and these are base textures. These are like your, because it's your default textures essentially, though, like the textures that you actually see on your avatar. All right, so I got all my. I need this one. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all of them. Those are all the base textures. Right, so now they're in their own folder. Right, and so now I make another folder for normal maps. I call it normal, and it's these purple ones are your normal maps, and I put these in a folder. Right, and you can kind of tell what they are somewhat as well too because they're labeled as well. So like this is labeled alpha, and this is metallic, and so on and so forth. So metal, right? So for metallic, and AO for ambient occlusion, and make another one for alpha. Actually, we don't need these alphas because I'm not going to be. These are actually for the something we don't need, so I can actually delete these. But what else? Oh yeah, so this goes in here, and I need another one for roughness. Daddy likes it rough, after all. No, I'm kidding.
Not surprised.
Anyways, So there's a glitter. There's also a glitter. There's also a glitter mask. So I got to put that in its own folder. So for glitter, that's for the body, by the way. Here we go. And I don't know what these are. I think this is also a glitter type thing, actually, though, or whatever, though. But these are all for the face, actually, though. Every one of these. And so this, I'm just gonna make another folder for face masks. So these are like the various masks that the face needs in order to like get things to work properly. Right. So that all goes in here. And so then what I did was I went into Photoshop, and I'm going to open up my Photoshop project to show you what I did next. All right. Where's my Photoshop? Photoshop. Here we go. And we did clothing and accessories first. And so I'll open up this one. All right. And so we have to, okay, I can actually remove this bit. Actually, though, I don't need this stuff. Actually, though, it's a funny thing anymore. And these are just different layers in Photoshop. So like action such. So I did one layer at a time for these things. So there's the bottom layer, which is all the base textures, which I'm not using this one or this one. We just need this one, this one, this one, and this one. All right, for this. And what I did was I sort of just grabbed the textures, and I'll do a new one. So I'll just make a new layer to like show you what I did. All right. So new layer 1, and I'll put it at the top. All right. And I went into my where's my folder for all this stuff again? Oh yeah, new folder 2. I went into my base. I've been into my base textures, and I want just the clothing stuff. I don't want to need all 4 of these. I just need one of these, and I'm going to use these as my default. And so I went into here, and I went to view, and I went to guides, and I went to new guide layout, and I made sure that my number was 8, my rows was 8, and these other 2 things are blank. All right, so they're all 0. All right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's what I did. Yes, that's what I did, and I dragged in my photos, and so now this comes in really big, and it wants to be 8K for some reason because I made this as an 8K file for a new file. So actually, and I just shrunk it down. So now this is 4K. This entire thing, by the way, is 8K. So if I go into is it 8K? Did it give me an 8K or did it give me a 4K? Let's just do a new one for now. Yeah, let's just do that. All right, let's just do this in a new one, and I'll just do the same thing again. So view, guides, new guide layout. Okay. And then I went drag in, and so it makes it bigger for some reason, even though this is a 4K texture. It brings it in as 8K, and so I make it a 4K texture because it's now half, a quarter of the size of the screen. And then I do the same with my other things. I drag in my go away, and I go and I drag in this one for the bikini, and I go boof and done, and then I do one for the shoes, and I go boof done. I'm just holding shift, by the way, when I do these things. All right, and then I will do the jean shorts. Stop. And this one is now boof done, and I put it here, and that's it. All right, and then I take all these 4, and I go here, and I just merge my layers into one layer. I don't need it to be different sections now because now that they're all lined up where I want them to be. And then what I would do is I then take the other layers of things that are going to go in here, and I just put them over top. So I grab like this thing, and this is the normal map now. And so I just do, down to here. And now I have my normal map. Yay. And, I do the same thing for, again here, and I do this one, and, it goes. And now my normal map is, lined up properly for there. And I do this, so on and so forth. That's this one. Yeah. So anyway, so I would just do this, and then I need this background though, because these are normal maps. Normal maps does not like areas that are actually transparent, and so I'm going to actually make a new layer, and I'm going to then bucket fill this section so that everything is purple, and then I will then combine all these layers together into one layer, which is now the normals. All right. So now we have the normal maps, and we have the base layers. All right, and so I just keep doing this for each section essentially, though. So some things like normal maps like it when everything's purple, and for metallics, these are blocking things out actually, though, and so we need to actually. So the metallic was actually kind of interesting to do. So I'll show you how I did this one actually. So I did this one, and so I did. Yeah, there we go. It's lined up. And then what I did was I made new layers, 2 of them. All right. And I went to the box tool, rectangles, and I made a rectangle here. Yeah. And I made it black. And then I made it delete. I'm just going to do this again from the beginning because it's screwing up on me. So a rectangle and make a box. What are you doing? I don't want that. I wanted you to be in black. All right. So black. Give me black. All right. Now it's black. I didn't know why I didn't do that before. So now I just drag it across. All right. And then I go to layer 4 and I do another cube here. All right. And then I took these and I opened them up and I went to rasterize the layer because if I don't rasterize them first, all right, they won't let me merge them with this one. So now that those are rasterized, I can actually merge these things together and actually have one layer for my metallic now. See? So I had to do that as well. And so that's the metallic. Do we have any roughness for this? Yes, we do. Is there did I have more than just one thing for roughness? Oh, there's this thing has a roughness too. What the hell? Where is that? How come I didn't see that? How come I didn't see that in the Miku project? All right, 1 second. I just got to find another texture that I missed for some reason. Where are you? Ah, here it is. Why didn't I see that? That's so stupid. All right. So now the same thing over here. I just drag in roughness and I go, all right, and then done. All right. So now I can just go these 3 and I can just go merge and then we have enough roughness done now, right? And so this is metal and this is normals and this is base textures and this is roughness. Okay. And so you would just keep doing this with for your various layers essentially though, that you would do with your different ones. And so, all right. So I'm not gonna go do all of them, but that's basically what I did such for this, right? But it turns out it ends up looking like this in the end. So it's like something like this. I'm not using this or this anymore, so those don't matter actually at this point. But yeah, so I have my normal map. I have my roughness I made, my roughness texture, my metallic, my height map because there's also a height map one. There's the ambient occlusion, because one of the textures was ambient occlusion, and then I made, and then so that we can actually have like multiple toggles for the shorts for being different colors, I actually have 1, 2, 3 separate little sections for the shorts, and they all go in this little corner here because that's where I'll be that's where I'm changing the UV mapping to. All right, and so these are my 3 additional shorts textures. So for changing the for decals, okay, right here, and then these I'm not using now completely. These are now useless, so I can actually delete these. Save. Yeah. So and I did the same thing with the other things too, with the face and with the body. And so wrong thing. If I go to this is the hair and the eyes. So I did the hair and the eyes, and so I put the hair in one corner and the eyes in one corner, and all right. And so these are the normal maps now. There's only a normal map for the hair, and so I did that, and I did the purple for the rest, like I did. And so here's the texture for the alpha, and I made sure to make everything else is black because alpha maps like it when the rest don't like it when the other sections are not dark for some reason sometimes. I did the same for, so this is another thing actually though, and this is for different texture. I don't know what's being used for, but I did it anyways. And then I also did a version, so I did this as a version, and I did this as a texture version. Okay. So I can have like 2 different masks just in case I need them. Because I don't know what they're using this for entirely.
So basically just combining the images, even though it's an 8K texture, it's one 8K texture rather than multiple 1K to 4K to etc. textures, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I did the same thing for the body and face. I put the body in one corner and the face in another corner. And then over here, this is actually the texture for your emojis and so on, so like your and such. So like your blush and so on, though, actually it's inside the head. And I just stuck it in this little corner right here. Okay.
The size dependent on how detailed you want it to be, right?
Well, this is actually an 8K texture. Each of these corners is 4K.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I can zoom in quite far, and you can see a lot of detail still.
Okay.
Come on, thing. Stop doing that. No, I don't want you to do that. No, cancel. Fuck off. All right, so each of these is a different skin texture, skin colors. This is the brown skin, and here's the light dark skin, and here's the dark skin. All right. And here's the glitter mask for the body, which was also in there. And I made sure that everything else was dark just in case. All right. And then this is another one, but this is actually a different thing. This is actually, I did this one at different scale size. So this is 8. So this was 8K, for instance, but this is not 8K. These are this one's 4K, if I remember correctly. All right. This one is also, this one's 2K in total. Okay. So this was a 2K texture for these face masks. There's this mask and there's this mask I needed to make. And they're both 1K each. And so I wanted to and such. So I made a different, I can tell just by hovering over the images in actually in the folders. So if I go to my new folder and I go to face masks, if I hover over this, it says it's 12. It's a 512 by 512. That's not very much. It's half of 1K, and so same with this one. So this is actually, yeah. So that file is is actually a 1K file. Yeah, so this is a 1K texture right here, and this is actually 0.5K in these corners. Mm-hmm. Right, but it was just much more simple to make like a completely different project for this section, and these ones are 1K each. All right, and so I made a 2K texture for this. So this is actually a 2K texture for the corners, right? Because I need them to be in the corners anyways because of the way the UV mapping works. You'll understand once we get to that. All right, so like everything because this is where the face is. You know, see, if I go to this one, you can see that the face is in this corner. So everything has to be in the same corner that the face is going to be in. Mm-hmm. For these things, right? And it's the same with, and so that's basically all I did for my Photoshop part. And then once I finished my Photoshop part, which this was, by the way, hours of work. This was like at least like 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours to do in the end. Like it was like 2 hours. Actually, no, yeah, it was like 2 hours to do the Photoshop part initially. But probably take a lot less now that I know how I want to organize it and everything. Because it's organizing, the things becomes like your main problem. No, I'm not going to save any of these. No. Then what I did was I went into Blender. Okay. And I went to let's do it with like one of these. Like actually, give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah. So obviously that was a Photoshop usage of how to make an engine, trying to combine all the materials together, and then make different layers for your normals, the main textures, and your highlights and whatnot. Right. Would the same method be able to use for somebody who's using Krita, for example? Yeah, because I see that he was able to measure them out accurately because of that grid system. So I see that's the advantage of.
All right, I'm back. Give me a second.
Yeah, and just to ask, exporting as PNG?
Yes.
Okay.
8-bit PNG. You don't need the higher bit. All right.
I'm taking notes.
All right. So this is my this is the old one, I think. Yeah, this is the old one. This is after I had actually optimized, but hadn't like done anything more on it yet. So I'll close that out, and I'll show you what I did actually though for reducing the rest of this stuff. So I went to the body. I had my chan claws and other things and so on though, and so I'm going to body, and I'm going to select. Go into edit mode, and I'm going to select and select and select and select and select and select, and so now I'm going to be able to hide all these things. So I'm going to put H on my keyboard to hide everything. All right, and I turn off these things, so I don't need this. All right, And so now it's just the body left. And so what I can do is I will go to here and I will make at the bottom a new material. And I will call this material face and body. Okay. And then what I'll do is I'll go to my base color and I'll go to image texture. And I will open. And then I'm going to go to my folder where I put all my textures in, where I save them, which is on my desktop. And I'll go to my basic texture for my body, which should be this one, brown. Right? And that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm just, this will be for later. You'll see why. And then I go to UV editing up here on the tab. And I'm now in this thing now. And I select my entire body. Right? And as you can see, we're in this mode. Actually, you don't need to worry about this other extra stuff here that I've made it bigger. We just need to worry about this little section here. I'm going to turn that off and I'm going to open my actual texture that I used, which is this one. And you'll see it looks like this. This is the one I made. The face is here and the body is here. So what I need to do is now I need to select the body. And so in this screen over here, right now it shows up on this screen as these meshes, as these mesh lines. Okay, though it's a bit screwed up right now. I don't know why it's doing this Oh, I know why it's doing this. It's because I screwed up on my my reduction the first time, so it looks a bit stranger than it should be. But I'm not gonna worry about that. Then I click S on my keyboard for scale. While my mouse is hovering over this panel, by the way, you have to have your mouse actually on the window that you're going to be manipulating, by the way. So I click S, and I click on my numpad 0.5. And so now it reduces it by half. See? And then I press G for grab, and then I press X, and I press on my numpad minus 0.25. And it moves it over exactly to a quarter. See? And then I go G for grab, and I press Y, and I press 0.25. Actually, no, it's not 2.5 is wrong. Grab Y 0.24. Maybe 2.4 is good. Let me check. No, it's not. That's not correct either. So grab Y 0.245. There we go. Perfect. That's it. And so that's all I do is I just line these up properly. And so now I would do the same with the face. I would go back into layout mode, and I will. Now I'm going to remove this boof and this boof. All right. And all right, and so now I'm going to. Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? Oh, it's because it went on the wrong freaking UV map. Wonderful. Okay, because I had the wrong UV map selected because I'm stupid. Wonderful. All right, so now I can instead. I'm going to make this bigger, and I'm going to put it back to where it was. Actually, though, because we don't need this area right now. What we need is you need the other UV map, and not UV hide, because I'm stupid. And so back to UV editing. Great. All right, and now shrink 0.25. Oh no. Shrink 0.5, grab X minus 0.25, grab Y 0.25. Oh, no, wrong one. Grab Y 0.245. There we go. That was the numbers. Now it's lined up. All right, as you can see. And so now I can go to go back into UV editing, and I will unhide. All right. And now I will go to, where is it? Shit, I deleted face before I wanted to on my materials. I'm stupid. There it is. There's head. Okay.
Hey, Merton, can you do me a favor? Can you stop calling yourself stupid?
I will try. All right. So yeah, this is the wrong thing. Grab. Okay. I want UV map and not UV hide. Why are my shape keys on that one? It makes no sense. And UV editing. All right. And it's on. Is it on the correct one now? Yeah, it's on UV map. Okay. So if I go back to UV editing here, yeah, shrink 0.5. Yeah, grab X minus 0.25. Grab Y 0.245. All right. It's good. All right. So now I can unhide the rest of this, and I can select the head. Oof. Right? And now I can take this and I can go shrink. So I press S on my keyboard and I press 0.5 yet again to make it exactly half size. And then I go grab and I go X 0.25. Bam. And I go grab Y minus 0.25. Bam. It's into place. All right. Actually, no, it's too low down. So I'll undo that one. Grab Y minus 0.245. No, this didn't work either. Grab Y minus 0.249. Yes, that works. Perfect. All right, so now the face is lined up. Okay, with this thing. And so I can now remove head from this. So I can go to layout and I can actually remove from my materials head. All right, why is it doing that? I'm going to delete this one and I'm going to turn this one into face body. That should be correct. And this should go down. No. Down. Yeah. Why is you going to the wrong thing? Okay, so I fucked that up. Okay, don't save. I didn't do that before.
Are you bypassing the shading node area under Blender when you're doing?
No. It's just because I'm doing. I did this wrong for the way it's supposed to be done. So I need to make a new material first, and I need to make that material called body and face. All right, and then I need to do the base color like I did before. Open and to test and to brown and open, and yeah, so that was correct. All right, and so now I just remove this and I instead turn this one by clicking here to body and face. Okay, and I turn this one to body and face as well. Oh wait, no, that's not how I do it. I'm dumb. Okay. Right. Okay. So I'll just do the clothing first because that was easy. So I did my shirt and my jeans and my jewelry and my sunglasses and my flower piece. And yeah, so I would go here, and I'm not going to bother redoing the flower now. I'm actually going to keep it the material for that, so that's not going to be part of that anymore. But it will be what it won't be. Jeans shorts becomes, yeah, so I'm going to do a add and new, and this one's going to be called clothing. All right. And then I'm going to remove it from this thing, this list. And now jeans becomes, where is it? Clothing. All right. And jewelry actually stays that because I'm not going to, but shirt becomes clothing. And sunglasses, actually, no, this one doesn't go into anything. Body, and so I need to do the same, though, with like the bikini. So I could actually remove the bikini from this entire thing as well, from the base body, actually. I'll do that first. Edit mode. And bikini, select. And also select nails and accessories. But I don't want these on the actual nails. So here for transparent and gone, unselect and unselect. All right. And so once I've unselected these things by actually going to this mode here for subtracting my selections, all right, and this for being able to see everything through, then I can go and I can right click and I can go separate selection. Bam. So now the bikini is its own thing. Okay. Because the bikini is actually going to go with the rest of the clothing and such. Actually, too, because if we have different meshes, but have like so if I have the same material but it's on a different mesh, it actually is more materials then. Okay, so it actually counts your materials per mesh. Just to mention. And so I have to actually, and such. So now I'm going to get out of edit mode into object mode, select this, turn the body off, turn this, turn the armature off. I don't need that. Bikini just temporarily. And the bikini is going to, actually, I don't need this. I don't need this, or this, or this, or this, or this. Actually, wait, no, stop. This one, and this one, because there is metal bits on there, which is these things right here, which is actually the nails and accessories, by the way. So I'm not going to do anything with that. But the bikini though becomes clothing. Okay, for the clothing material. And I'm going to make the base color for this one. I'm going to do image texture, and I'm going to go open to test. And where is it? Here it is, base textures. Oof. And so now I got to go here to bikini, and I got to make sure I'm on the right UV thing. I'm not. I'm hide because it's dumb. And now I go select my entire bikini and this side, and then it'll show up here, as you can see. But I don't want the metals, unfortunately. So I need to unselect those, which is these things. No. Come on, unselect. All right. So I'm using Control L on my keyboard, so unselect this. So I want to unselect the parts that are metal, which is these things. No, jackass. No, stop that computer. So I want tracked. Yes. This. No, stop that. What? Oh, it's because it's the wrong friggin' side. Of course. Yay. I love you. I love you, Blender. Sometimes not. Ugh. Right. Unselect, and Control L, go away. L, yeah, there we go. No, this one, but I want this one. All right, so now that's all the actual parts of the bikini selected, but not the metallic parts, which is these two little loops here and this chain bit in the middle. So once I make sure that everything that we selected is selected, then I go here and, here, and I go shrink 0.5. Bam. All right. And then it's grab X minus 0.25 and grab Y minus 0.25. Oh, that's not right. Something's not right here. And I think that's not right either. So grab X minus 0.24. We'll try that instead. And then grab Y minus 0.24. All right, so almost lined up. All right. And so it needs to move over by about, so X minus 0.01. No, that's not correct. Grab X minus 0.005. Ooh, there we go. Well, that's actually really smooth. That's actually really, yeah, there now. Almost. Grab X minus 0.001. No. Grab X minus 0.0001. No, that's too small. Grab X minus 0.0005. All right, that works. I should have done that.
That sounds
Grab
very
X
complicated.
minus
Trying to line things up.
0.0005. Yes, it can be. I was doing it by hand before, by the way. You can also do that. You can grab it with the mouse and do this and try to get it
Oh, yeah.
as well.
Oh, the top bit, right?
Perhaps. Anyways, this was the bikini was actually kind of annoying actually, though, initially. It was one of the ones I had trouble. Anyways, there we go. Then I would do the same with the rest of them. Back to layouts, and then I turn this off, and I turn on the trend clause, the shoes, right? And I go to make sure I'm on map. Yes, I'm. Then I go to the material, and instead of trunk clause, I turn it to clothing. Bam. And then I go to UV edit for them. All right. And where are they? All right, there they are. And I select them. Why are you doing that, mouse? What are you doing, mouse? All right, select, and then I scaled by 0.5, and I grabbed X 0.25, and I grabbed Y 0.25, and that doesn't line them up perfectly, sadly. And so I now grab, and I just sort of move them in like that. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks good. Doesn't need to be 100% perfect. Mind you, it needs to be like where it's supposed to be. There's always a bit of gap in some of these things, anyways. For your textures, like there's always a bit of like edge around things. I've noticed, if that makes any sense. All right, they usually don't fit like perfectly, like and such. So now those are the shoes done, and now go to layouts and go to shorts on, and my material for the shorts actually. Clothing, which is good. Then make sure I'm on the UV map. Yes, I am. And then I go to UV editing. Yeah. And where is it? shorts, grab, and this is going to be smaller than half, so it's going to be shrink 0.25 instead. All right, and then I can grab and I can kind of line it up here, such. With this one, yeah, that circle actually makes it easy to line. Actually, good to line things up. So now the shorts are lined up with this UV map properly, and I can do the next thing to layouts, and then I go to shirt, turn that on, and shirt is also on clothing already, which is nice. And then I go to UV editing for the shirt, and I select that, and then I go select it on this side, and then I go shrink 0.5, grab X minus 0.25, and grab Y 0.25, and see if it lines up good. Not exactly, so now I need to do it a bit manually, which is fine. And so, whoosh, let's see. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Looks good. I'm looking at the different corners, so it actually fits in this texture, essentially. All right. And so now we're actually done with the clothing, essentially. All right. So now I can take this shirt, and I can take the jean shorts, and I can take this bikini and this these shoes, and I could just merge them together into one thing, actually. But I'm not going to do that immediately because I have other things I want to do, which will actually help you guys later on. I'm UV hide. All right, and so if I want to hide something, and I would do UV discarding, so this will be good for Sky here. I make another additional map called UV hide or UV, okay, for any object that I actually want to actually hide, even though it's actually so that it can toggle, even though it's one mesh, you can still have individual toggles for different sections. So on those, so I would go here. I would make UV hide. I go into my UV editing. This will be done for pants. This is being done for the shorts at the moment. Okay, and normally these extra squares don't show up, and so in order to make them appear, I actually go to it's here, and I do tiles, and I do normally it's 1 and 1, and so your UV map looks like this. Okay, and so you go to this double circle here, and you press the little arrow, and you go to tiles, and you go 4, and you go 4. And bam, you get these extra tiles. And the reason why I do this is because this then shows you kind of where each of your things. So you can put your different UV maps in different in different squares, and so you'll see what this does essentially. But by the time we get Unity, which will be like not next week, but the week after, I'll be able to show this bit, the rest of this. But this is setups for. And so you basically just take which sections you want to actually put into a different area. And so I go short, and I go to my top, and I add another one, and it's going to call UV hide. All right, and then I'm going to go to UV editing yet again, and I'm going to select just the shirt, and then I'm going to do this because this is a different UV map now. This is not the one. This is not the one we were using to actually put everything else. This is actually a separate one. So if I went back to layout and I clicked UV map, and I went back into UV editing, that it hasn't moved from this spot. It's still here. But if I go to UV hide and I go back to editing, that it's now over here instead, because this is actually a separate I'm using. Okay, so it's two UV. Okay, and so I do this for each and so for each piece of clothing I want to actually toggle. I actually will make a UV map for squares. So there's 8 squares. There's 16 squares in total that you can actually put things in. Okay, and so this does it so and such. And so then when we do things later in Unity, you'll be able to actually then toggle these things that are actually in such. So each square represents something that can be individually toggled. So you can actually have 16 up to 16 toggles actually though on a single, essentially. Kind of neat, I say. And another thing you can do is, if you want to, is I'll show this for this one's for basic bit, because I don't think you know about this one. But I make a shape key, and I call it shorts off. All right, and then I go into edit mode, and I just select the shorts. Right? Is that going to let me select the shorts? Oh wait, no, I'm in the wrong mode. Never mind. That's why I went to select. So I select the entirety of the shorts. Right, all of the shorts. And then I just shrink the shorts I'm going to turn off the body so I can see this. Really small. And I keep going. And I keep going. I keep going until it's a tiny point that you can't see. All right? Because now the shorts are off. And so then if I go back out of edit mode, you can see now that I now have a blend key or a shape key for these shorts that actually makes them go really small inside the body. And so that could be used then to toggle your shorts off, actually, though, if you do it well. And I use these for Quest compatible avatars usually, among other things. And you can add them to anything you want to actually. You can make shape keys for any of these things and just shrink them down. And so I did this for all the different bits and so on, though. Essentially, I'm going to. And so then, okay. So now I'm just going to merge all these things together. Here I don't actually need to do this, but I'll do it anyways just to get them out of the way. Because I kind of need to show you the next bit that I did for the body. So this is all going to be joined now. Joined? No. Come on. Join. There we go. So now we have just the body left. Okay. And so if I want to work on the body, so now I'm getting to the point where while I was screwing up. So you can't work on changing materials on a thing that already has a ton of materials on it like this. There's already like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 materials on this. Okay. And so I can't really do material changing or reduction on this thing because it's already kind of like completed in a sense. And so in order to work on this, I have to actually go into cats here, and I go to, where is it? Custom model creation, optimization, other options. Yes, other options. So I go into other options and I go separate by materials. Bam. Now, everything that was actually a different material is now separated into its own mesh. So there's the hair, here's the head, here's the nails and accessories, here's the eyes, here's the emojis, and here's the body. Okay? So now, because they're actually in separate materials, I can do that. And I can go poof, and I can go new. And I can call this material body and face. All right? And now I can just remove it from this list because it already exists. And I go to body and face. Yeah, for this one. All right. And now what I do is I make sure I'm on the right one. I go to UV map and, for the UV maps, and I go to UV editing, and I select my body, and I go here, and I shrink by 0.5, and I grab X, and I move it over by, grab X minus 0.25. Yeah. And then I go grab Y and 0.245. Yeah, that was the correct one. And now that's moved into place. All right. And then I go back to here, and I go to my head. I turn that on. Turn this off, and I go here, and I go here, and I turn my head, and I go to, where is it? Body and face. All right, because now I already have this material. I can just swap it over to it. And then I go to my UV mapping and editing, and I go here, and I go my face, and I go shrink 0.5, grab X minus 0.25. Oh no. Grab X 0.25, yeah. Grab Y minus 0.25, I think is what it is. Is that right? No, not exactly. So grab, and I'm going to go up ever so slightly. There we go. And now it's lined up properly. And so now I go over here, and I go back to layout, and now I turn my head off, and I go to my emotes. So it's these things, and I turn my emotes to body and face. And I go to make sure it's also on UV map. Did I do that with the head? I did not, because I'm yay. Okay.
Hey, you didn't say it.
Yay. Wonderful.
Hey.
Wonderful work there that I didn't need to do. All right, so I had to go back to the actual UV map for the face, and do it properly. It's because I'm going fast through this, is why. 0.5, grab negative 0.24. Oh no, grab X 0.25, grab Y minus 0.24, and no, undo that. Grab Y minus 0.245. No, grab Y minus 0.249. Yeah, that's the one. All right, so now it's lined up for the face, and I go back here, and then I get off now, and I go to OG, and I make sure on the UV map, and right, okay, I change the material, and I go to UV editing for this, and then I just select it in this window, and then here, and this one I have to actually do by hand for shrinking because it goes into this little tiny corner over. All right, so I'm going to grab it, I'm going to shrink, and this one, I don't have to be like perfect with because most of this thing is actually going to be transparent. All right, and I think that's actually about where it goes. Actually, scale up slightly. No, scale down. Scale. All right, so I think that's about good. I thought that. No. And yeah, that's it. So now the emote part is done. Go to layout. Actually, I can turn this off. I can turn the head on. I can turn the body on. And these three are now actually all using the same material. Okay, so if I go here, they're the same material. Join them. Bam. Only one material now on this. Okay, I do the same thing with the eyes. All right, so the eyes and hair actually is now become one material because I'll go here and I'll add boof, and I'll make a new material and I'll call eyes and hair, and I do exactly the same thing I just did. Like before, I remove this, and then I turn this to eyes and hair, and then I go color, and I go image texture, and open test, and then I go to that's the alpha. This one? No, it's this one. Okay, open. That's all I want. That's the only one I want. All right, and so now I go to eyes, and I go to hair. And I go to eyes first, and I go to hair, and I turn the hair one to eyes and hair. Okay, and then I go to eyes, and I go make sure I'm on the right UV map. And then I go to and I select here, and I'll just select just the eyes, and I get this big ass circle. And then I shrink by 0.5, and then I move over. So grab X 0.25, and grab Y minus 0.25. It's not perfect, so I now grab again, and I sort of line it up, sort of like by hand a little bit. All right, that looks good. All right, let go. All right, it's done. Now I go to the hair, and I do the same thing. I go to UV. Make sure I'm on the right UV map. Go here. Now select my hair. Why is this one out here? I don't know why, but I'm in should be. Select all and. I select all this, and I'm going to shrink by 0.5, and then I'm going to grab it, and I'm just going to put it in here, and it doesn't line up well, so I'm just going to shrink it even more, and grab, and then bam, and it fits in this giant thing here, this texture. There we go. So now the hair is finished. All right, so that's the entirety of the hair. So now the hair and the eyes are done, so now I can take and I can get out of this. I can select these two, and I can go and I can join them together into one mesh now. And I can then select this, the body, and make sure it's turned on. And go join. Join. All right, and this is clothing. Bam. And so now I have reduced to. Let's see. This is. Turn this on. Yeah, turn this, and I can merge these actually, so I can join. And so now I have clothing, and as you can see, I've done all this work, and it didn't take that long, and I only have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Six materials now instead of 14, and only two meshes, by the way, too. And I did a bit more work after that, and so to smooth and so though and such to like make it and such, but it was basically just more of the same. And I came up with this. Oof. And she looks no different from the original. I'll open up the original too, actually, though, in Unity. Right. So it's basically just more of the same for that. And so there's nothing much else to show for this, actually, though, for that bit. I think we actually, so we're on time, actually. So the next part actually, so the next part actually is Unity, is actually. Yes. So it's just that over and over again, and so you can do what I just did essentially. So this is my end product, and yeah, it's down to 6 materials. So 6 materials. I did a bit of extra things. I can show you how to do bones as well too. Actually, though I didn't do that yet. But this is what it looks like in Unity when it's done, and it looks basically exactly the same. It's not,
nice. You even got the jewelry working too.
Yeah. I removed one bracelet on the wrist, so like this one is gone. So this first one is gone on this side. All right, where is she? Yeah, on the other side. Come on, camera. Oh, I didn't remove one on the other side. I also removed one of the rings for the double ring. So there's like 2 rings here. I removed one of them here, one here. So there's 2. So I did a bit of reduction on the rings too, but only slightly. I wanted to keep things under, so I removed this one on the finger, and I moved this one right here, actually, because there's 2 of them right here, as you can see. And I removed this ankle bracelet. But that's it. Everything else is still there. I can show one more thing, actually, though. I can show how to reduce bones, actually, as well, for things and so on, though, actually. If you want to make... If something doesn't have a root bone... Here, I'll just show this with this one. And I can do... Well, this is actually part of Blender for the bone reduction. So I select my bones I want. I go here, and I go poof, and then down, and then select, and then doosh, and then here. No, not that one. That one. Turn that one off. There we go. This one. Oh, no. That one, and then down. Oh, come on. Select. There we go. Yeah, that. And so I select all the ones I want to remove, essentially, though. And then I just go to... Unfortunately, I can't. There's nothing. No, that's not what I want. Yeah, so I select all the ones I want to remove, and I just click delete. Unfortunately, and I delete my bones. And then so and such. There wasn't any way to actually dissolve them and be able to like automatically remove the vertex groups too. And so I had to go to the body, and I had to go to. Let's go to object mode. Go back to the body. Actually, no, it wasn't the body. It was primarily this thing, actually, though. The clothing. So actually, it was on the body. So it was on the body, and I had to go here, and I got to my. And every one of them for the bow was actually named bow. So I just went delete and deleted all the things called bow. All right, on here essentially, and that's how I got rid of those. All right, and what's the rest of my what's the one's called bow? Is that it? I think that might be it. Yeah. So they're all called as bow for the vertex groups for those, because you need to remove your vertex groups as well too. And then what I did was I noticed that there's some things that don't actually have root bones, and so I gave them a root bone, primarily just one thing, which is actually the thigh jiggle. And so I went to edit my thing here, and I went and found a root bone that already exists, which is come on, this one, which is the butt root, actually. And I duplicated it. Bam. And then I went into... So here's my duplicate for the butt root now. But I'm going to call it thigh jiggle root. Okay? And then I go into my legs, which is where my thigh jiggle bones are, which is these 2 things. And I select them using Control. And then I select thigh root jiggle. And as you can see... And then I go into this over here, and I right-click, and I go to Parent, Make, and Keep Offset. And that's it. Done. Oh, and I also deleted the toe bones as well, too, while I was at it as well, in my actual one, because I don't have those anymore, and I did a bunch of other little things, too, for cleaning up bones. But, yeah, there wasn't too much to clean up on this. I deleted these ones. Actually, I didn't keep these. I didn't keep those, actually. They made it so I went over like 150 actually, though, so I had to remove them anyways.
And this is to achieve good rating or for quest compatibility?
This is for good rated.
Okay.
And it's also quest compatible too simultaneously, because I'm going to do because it's the same model. The only thing. Anyways, I'm done though. Don't worry about it.
No. A very good material.
Good here.
No questions. Kind of straightforward. I might have some questions later on, so maybe I can.
Oh yeah, they say the same method I used for like reducing the body for the polygons. I used also on the shirt and the shoes and a little bit on the glasses and on the flower as well too, on the hair. So I did that manually in the same kind of way. I did like every other line. As for the other things like the jewelry and the hair. I reduced actually by using algorithms. The only one I didn't do for that, I didn't use because you can go here into your modifiers. You can add a modifier for decimate, and you can actually decimate your stuff through this. I didn't really show that too much. Actually, I would show that last time, but I didn't do it for this center belly chain because it has a blend shape on it. I didn't want to have to have that blend shape actually though, so that did not get decimated, but everything else did. Yeah, I hope that was all useful for you guys. Where should I begin? Like where did we leave off last time?
Where did we leave off last time? Call it an exercise for the students? I'm not sure. We still have 3 minutes to wait on people filtering in, just in case.
I hadn't done any of the Unity stuff, so I needed to make animations. I needed to duplicate a bunch of the menus. Let's see.
Yeah, we didn't talk about bones. Yeah. So basically, that's it, right? We had just bones.
I also did bone reduction as well too. Actually, though, because I was setting it up in Unity, and I noticed that it was still medium, and I was like, this annoyed me, and so I went back into Blender and I did the bone reduction and such, and I can show you that for the hair how you could do that. So let's see, I'll go in. No, I don't want this folder. Where is it? Where's Blender projects? There it is. There you go. I use the old Brazilian Miku one, so I can so it still has all the spaghetti for the hair as you can see here. Yeah. All these. We're concerned about this part of the side here on the hair. All right. So we're gonna do this is bone reduction, and if you want to and such, so I'm going to reduce these bones for you guys. The easy way, I'm going to use cats. Okay. So first off, I'm going to open cat. I'm going to open up my cat. Open up cats, and I'm going to click on my thing, my bones, and then I'm going to go to. I'm going to open up optimization. I'm going to make sure I'm going to pretend it's done like this. Bone. And then what I'll do is I go into edit mode. All right. And then now that I'm in edit mode, I can combine these bones very, very easily. So, okay, where's my screen shift key? So that enable. All right, cats. All right, so I need to, I hold shift and I click. And I hold shift and I click this one. So the way this works is that it will merge to the one yellow. The one that's yellow that is active. Okay, so it's because we're merging. So now I click to active. It'll merge to the yellow one. Okay, and then I do the same here. I click the first one and I shift and click the second one, and the second one now becomes yellow, and then I can go to active. Same thing here. Go down to active, and I go again to this one to active. And I now do this one to active. I'm rotating my camera to kind of figure out which position I should actually be adding these things to better and so on, though, as well. It kind of helps me give me an idea of what I should be doing. But yeah, I'm kind of just merging all these bones to one strand, essentially, along the side here. So, to active and shift click this, shift click that. So the yellow one is active, so active. And then I'm going to do this one to this one. I can do all three. I can do all of them at once. I go to active, right? Then I can do this one to this one. That's the closest one to active. And then let's see, because I want to keep one of these strands in the front actually, though. Because it's adds. No, don't do that. Select that. I want this one. All right. Because I want this strand in the front to still have some bone movement. Like this one right here. Right. If I turn off the armature, you can see it's this strand. Essentially, I want it to actually still have movement along with a couple of the other ones. It gives it some differentiation. Get rid of. So I'm kind of strategically actually to add in. Okay. And so now all of the very large strands that came all the way down to the bottom almost on this one side are combined. And I can do the same on the other side. And so it would just be exactly the same thing, just done again. So I would go this to active and to active, to active. And then I would do this one. Oh, wait, no. This one, no. This one and this one to this one. Yeah, that works. To active. And then I can do this one to active. This one to active. This one to active. So it's merge weights. It's the merge weights button on there. I'm just clicking it. To active. No, this one. To active. I don't need this one. To active. All right, there we go. So now this entire strand of hair will actually move with this one bone, essentially, though, except for a few parts up here for accentuation. Now that I've done that, okay. So this is a way that you can actually reduce your hair. So you can actually strategically combine strands together, essentially, using by doing this. Anyways, I'm not going to save this because I don't want to keep that project like that. I want to keep it actually the way it was, in the old way, the old look.
Well, how are you guys doing?
But that's how you combine bones, essentially. Hello.
Doing good.
Oh,
Hey.
Are things just starting up, or did I miss anything?
You missed bone. You missed how to combine bones together.
Oh,
We've been recording, so everything will be
all right.
We'll be caught up on. Mostly, we're just using Cats to do it. Cats has some tooling to be able to merge bones together.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're continuing the topic of avatar optimization with that Brazilian Miku that we were doing in the previous 2 weeks with Merton.
Right. So what I'll do is I will actually just pull in the thing. Actually, you know what? I'll do the work I was doing, but I will do it with.
Hi, Wicked. Hi, Shumi.
Hi. We're doing class. How you doing?
Just woke up.
Nice. Merton's taking us through continuing avatar optimization today.
All right, so I'm just going to drag in a new thing here just for the heck of it, just to show you how to set up an FBX once you actually throw it into Unity. You first off go to, please mute yourself and talk, if you're going to be like breathing into your mic. Oh, thank you. Anyways, so you would go here and you have to go to, wait, I need to get out of this first so I can actually show you. So you need to go here. The animation type will be generic to start with. And you'll want to switch it to humanoid after finding your FBX, which is this one, the one I threw in. Okay, it's the FBX file I just threw in. And then I go apply. Once I go apply, it will then change the animation type to humanoid, but I have to actually configure the armature now. So I go configure, and then I go to check the body and the head. Mostly I'm just checking these to see if they're actually if the bones are in the spots where they should be, and they look to be fine here. And I go to here and I find it's not where it's supposed to be, so I double click it and then I click delete. It just allows me to select it, or I can go here and click none. It doesn't matter in whatever way you need to get rid of it if it's not an actual job.
I'll interject a little bit, if you don't mind. Just to give him some more information on that too. The reason why the jaw is a problem is because the jaw basically just selects the nearest bone to where it thinks a jaw should be. If you're trying to use a jaw flap bone, there's 2 different ways that faces are animated. The very simple way of animating faces is with a jaw flap, where it just basically is a bone that the jaw is mapped to that flaps up and down, as the name implies. More complicated facial structures use visemes, which is what we all use. For most of our avies. Visemes use blend shapes and don't rely on a jawbone, so therefore we don't have to have one mapped. It tries to map one automatically for you, erroneously. We don't have one. There's a really nice script called VRC Processor made by Dread Scripts. I'll put a link to that in chat here. That automatically sets up a lot of these things for you, including removing the jawbone, removing an upper chest bone if one doesn't exist, setting the humanoid rig up and everything just automatically. Really good stuff.
Yep. Anyways, I just checked my things and so on, though. The jawbone can be used, though, actually, to some degree. Some face tracking actually likes to use it. But other than that, yeah, it's not very used for too much, I don't think. But most of it is Viseme. Anyway, so I just set up this FX, this new FBX that I threw in. I didn't actually have to do that. I was just showing you how it actually is done, because every time you pull in a new FBX, you have to do that. So we actually had to make a new FBX for this. So I'll delete this one because I don't need it. It's unneeded. But what's this one? What am I using for the FBX for this? Brazilian Miku. That's Opti New. So I don't need Opti 2 at all. Delete that. Which probably I don't need this either, do I? Opti New, which is part of here, so I don't need this. Delete. All right. I don't have a quest avatar anymore. All right. So I can delete that. And I don't need this. Yeah. Okay. I'm just cleaning this area out so I don't have things that are extraneous. Don't mind me. But yeah, anyways, now that I've done that, I can start working on showing you how to do the next thing, which is how to do your animations and other stuff. All right, I'm going to do this not for the Opti, all right, but this will be kind of fun for you guys. I'm going to do this for the Quest avatar. I'm going to work on the Quest avatar as part of this. So you get to see the actual work as I do it. Fun. All right. So this thing comes like this. There's nothing on it. Okay. And so what I need to do now is I need to actually copy over the stuff from this avatar onto this one. Okay. So I can use pumpkin tools for that. So I'll just go into here and I want this one and I'm going to copy from Opti and I'll just go and I'll do material. Actually, I'll do materials as well too. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm going to replace them in a second anyways. But I want everything else clear. All right. So now you're going to be x'd over by 2 over here. Yay, here we go. And I already made some quest materials for this, by the way. So I'll just do that. Opti materials and say, open this up. Oops. Body, look, quest, head and body, hair and eyes, duplicate. So this is how I made my quest stuff. I just duplicated the thing and then I selected it and then I unlocked it. And I went to instead of Poemwe Pro, I went to VR chat, mobile, and then Tune Lit. All right. And that was it. There isn't any transparencies you can get on like Quest. Unfortunately. It's not really transparency like good.
There are some mobile shaders that are capable, like Moki's shader, that might be potentially usable for that.
I don't know. I've never done that.
I know that Moki shaders are used in, like, Castle uses them for all the materials and
Can you give me a link to that?
Yeah, we'll do.
All right, thank you. Because this missing some of these and some of those. I don't know too much about Quest compatible materials. But anyways,
I put it in the voice chat text chat.
Quest clothing, Quest flowers, Quest nails and accessories, and Quest lens. All right, bam! This is now a Quest compatible avatar. All I have to do now is essentially just make the animations for it and plug it into a thing, which I will do. I got to go to menus, and I have where is she? Here it is. It's this one. Okay, so I got to. How do I do this again? Okay, so I'm gonna have to do that. Okay, never mind. Here, why is it not selecting? Oh, it's because this thing is locked. I'm having to use a lock because my mouse is screwing up, so it's doing things that I'm not used to.
Oh no.
All right, so what we're going to do next is I'm going to go to here and I'm going to make another folder in this folder called Quest toggles. All right, and then I'm going to go to here. I'm just going to duplicate and I'm going to take all these duplicates and I'm going to put them in here. Oops, I'm going to remove these ones. Some of these we won't need because we can't actually have hue shifts and so on though, and all those kind of things on a Quest optimized avatar. So I'm just so I don't need a mission shift. That's not going to be useful anyways. Mission shift can be deleted. This can be deleted. Yep. I don't need that. All right, where speeds stays though. Any kind of thing that changes the colors of things, you can't really have that for Quest. Oops, no. It's a bit too much, it seems. But most of these though, you can actually still have. Actually, all of these you can still have because I made things for. There's one bug though I'm having though. I'm not sure if this will actually show up in VR chat though, basic, but there is in Blender. I don't know if it'll translate into VR chat. I'm not sure.
You cut out for a lot of that.
Hello?
Yeah, you can
cut out.
You're good now, but yeah, you cut out for most of that sentence.
Whatever. I was removing some of the things. How do I? Can I make myself louder? Is this working?
No, yeah, you're fine now. You just had an internet blip or something. At least for me.
Okay. All right, so I need to go here, and then I'm going to. I already made this animation. These animations use this thing. But normally what you would do instead of doing this is I would actually go to my thing and I would go and I would duplicate it, right? Because I don't want to do this on the original because I might screw things up. Actually, though, I would duplicate my Quest avatar and then I would create all my animations. Because I duplicated my animations and do this part. And what that would do is whenever you make a new animation, it actually had the same folder, all right? And so what I'm doing, it's just because I already have one, when the animation, I'm just going to use that one and edit these animations.
In and out again, you know what's going on.
I give up.
I mean, you are understandable for that. I think you're probably fine. I'm not sure what's going on though.
I give up. All right, whatever. Thank you, Discord.
Silly Discord.
All right, is this working?
Yeah, seems fine.
All right, do I have a standard?
Yeah, at the moment you seem totally okay.
All right, how's that? Is this better?
Seems fine. Yeah.
See, fine now.
All right, so I'll start again from the very beginning.
You were fine. We only missed a very brief bit of that last sentence.
Yeah, but okay. So normally, what I do, I will actually, when I'm making animations, is I will in fact duplicate my avatar, and then I will disable my original one, and then I will work on my duplicate instead. And when I do that, I will then create and such. And then so I will create my animations, and I'll go into this tab, animation, and I'll create my animation. And so I'll make like a new animation, which I just call this this new animation. All right. And so when that happens, there's now a controller file that's been put here in Animator for controller, but I don't actually need this because I already have all these animations that I just duplicated from my optimized avatar that I made earlier. So instead, I'm going to actually use that controller file from when I worked on my optimized green avatar, and I'm going to put it here instead of this quest one. Okay, so that will then, by doing that, it will then allow me to edit these ones here. I think no, it won't.
Yeah,
never mind.
To add it as an animator so that you can edit those toggles. Yeah, you have to.
Never mind. Didn't work. I'm dumb. All right. So first what we want is actually no, we can keep some of these actually. I can keep boob slide because these are like blend shapes, but I guess I can show how to do these anyways. But I'll just make all of these again from new. So let's just go do that then. Create. What's my first one? Go away. I want boob slide first. Okay, so because audio on and off will not be useful at all because there's no audio link on a Quest avatar. Boob slider. All right, so I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to find my body, and then I'm going to go to my blend shapes, and I'm going to find my boobs. Here they are. And so I first have to actually drag it forward a bit and then back because it won't actually record that you actually are on 0. Because here, look, I'll do it again just to like show you. And so I'll delete that one. So here, and I'll record again, and I'll type in here. I'll try typing in 0. Nothing happens. So over here, nothing happens, which is what I want to happen. I want something to happen. Like nothing's happening. So I have to actually move the thing over first. Then it turns red, which means there's actually recording. Okay. And then I can make it 0, which is where I want to start. Okay. And so I do this for everything that I work with, actually, though. Okay. It never remembers where it actually began for some reason. So anyway, so I'll do this, and because the bikini, and where's the other one? There is it just the bikini? Where's the shirt?
Right below abs, like the 10th one on the list.
Oh, there we go. Then I just move it over to 15, and then I make this 100, and I make this 100, and I make this 100, and that's it. We're done. I click preview to stop making the animation, and then I make a new one. Which one is next? It will be bracelet off and on. All right, bracelet off. We'll do that one. And so this one is going to be simple. All right, we're going to be using blend shapes for everything. So bracelet is now on right now. And if I drag myself over, is it bracelet? No, that's not bracelet. All right, so that's not the one I want. So I'll try as bangles. I called it bangles on this. All right, so bangles. Bangles is off. Bangles is bracelet. That's what I thought they were. If I remember which one she calls bracelet actually on this on here because I did the animations earlier. Oh yeah, so now bracelet is off, and I can create bracelet on here, and then it's just where's bangles on. So I have to like make sure that it actually records. Okay? So if it's red, it means it's actually recorded. If it's not red, it's not recorded. All right. And so that means to make sure that's also 0 so that it's actually fully on. And then I undo the preview. And then I go create clip, create new, and I want chanclas or shoes. Chanclas off, record. And where are they? Shoes off. There we go. Chanclas on. Oh, where is it? Shoes. So now And then I go stop animation. I stop my preview, right? And then I'm doing the next one is earrings. So clip earrings off, and then bam, and then I go earrings off. And I can check up top just to show you that they actually are off, right? See, they're gone. And then I can create a new clip, earrings on. So we set up all these blend shapes the last time in Blender. And so now we're making use of them to actually like have toggles on Quest. A flower. Okay, so create new clip. Flowers off. And where is it? Here's the flower. All right, so here's the flower, and I go off. Create flowers on. And then flower on. So make sure it's at 0. And make sure it's also recorded at 0, which is what the red means. And then create a new clip and glasses off. This is the one where you'll notice that there's a bug. This bug does not happen in Blender itself. All right, but here you go. You can see that it does this for some reason. It's sticking out of her head here and here. It doesn't actually. It does not shrink in the Y direction, in the up and down direction for some reason. It shrinks in every other direction except for that for some reason. But it doesn't do that in Blender. It actually shrinks properly into a tiny speck. I don't know if this will show up in Unity in VRChat or not. We will see. But I've tried fixing it more than once, and it just doesn't want to stick. So I will just cross my fingers that it actually works in VRChat. Create new clip. Glasses up, down. All right, so glasses start it up, and at 15 they go down. And then I need hip off, because this is for the hip chain, right? And so I'll show you. And so waist chain off. You can also do these kind of toggles, by the way, for your other optimized as well too. I'm also going to go and show you how I did the UV discard toggles as well too after actually as well. All right, once this is done, neck off, necklace off, and then I see it's off, it's gone, and here it's back, and so neck on, and then necklace. All right, make sure necklace is actually recorded over here. Do create new one. Rings off. All right, there I'll go. You see that actually works. Rings off, rings on, and then the next one is shirts. Create new, shirt off. All right, and here we go. Oh, there's a bug. I have to fix that now. Okay, interesting. How is that there? Why is there a bug with it's a Blender bug? Is that showing up on this one too? I didn't notice. All right, whatever. Body, is there a toggle with body that no, the boobs are down to 0. Yeah, I have to do some Blender work on that. That's kind of stupid. Anyways, whatever. Shirt. So now I need to do shorts off. And for this one, there's going to be, where is it? Clothing. Okay, so where is it? Shorts. Shorts will go off. And then this fix that I made will go off, actually. And then create shorts on. And then for this one, it will go, this fix will turn on. And then the shorts will turn off and be 0. And then create. And then I can't have skin shift because, it's a Quest avatar, but I can have thick slide and I can have the beads. And so for this one, it will be butt, thigh, and hips, and make sure everything's 0. But first recording, but then as well, make sure they're actually being recorded as well too, which means they're red. Then I got to do that on the clothing as well too. I got to find the different things that are like recorded for the butt. So it's these things, these 3, and then I move all these over to 15, and I go 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, and 100 for that. And then we're done there, and then I do wrist beads off and record, and I think it's this one. Yes, bracelet off. I actually called it bracelet on for the blend shape, but it's the wrist beads, and then there, and that's it. I did all my animation quest up. They're all finished. All right. So then, if I want to do anything in the FX layer, so now I need to work on the FX layer, and so go back to console, go into the quest layer. I'm going to do the quest one here because I'm working on the quest one, and I'll go to skin first, and I don't need skin shift because it's a quest avatar. I don't need a mission or this one at all because it's a quest avatar. No, you're going to the wrong thing. Glasses up down. Okay, so I put glasses up down into this one for the it's on my quest toggles folder. Then I'll go to thighs, and I go thick up, open up here, pull thick side in. I'm getting ahead of myself. Booba slide, and I go boob slider in there, and I go to nails, and I go nail long, go where's the nail one? Did I not make a nails one? I can just use the one from here anyways. Nails long short. Because it's exactly the same mesh anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I should have made that one anyways, just for the heck of it. But anyways, now I go into my direct blend tree, and I click here, and I open this up, and I click on this, double click. Actually, no, go here first. Click on here, double click here, and then I'm going to remove the bits that I don't need. So I'm going to go here, and I click delete, and delete. Then it'll ask, undo. I'm going to click here, so make sure this entire thing is blue because it corresponds with these things at the bottom. Okay, and I click delete, and I go delete, and I go cancel because I don't want to delete anything else after that one. All right, and then I select this one at the bottom. This one here at the bottom corresponds with this one up here, which is our J toggle. And so now I can delete this one, and I'm going to go delete, cancel, because I don't want to delete anything else. I'm just being very careful. Okay, so I don't need audio toggle, so I can delete that one now, which is the one on the very bottom. And okay, so now I don't need ankles because ankles don't exist anymore, but that's 3 up. So see, 1, 2, 3. So 3. Delete. And now cancel because I don't want to delete anything else. Because it always asks you if I want to delete more things. So I'd have shoes, I have bracelets, I have hips, I have rings, wrist, necklace, earrings, flower, glasses, shorts, and shirt. Yes, that's everything. So now I can actually open up my blend tree. Now, if I trimmed it, I already trimmed it on the outside. All right. So now I can go here, and I can actually just go to my quest toggles, and I can just drag in my toggles, my animations that I just made in here. All right, so shirt on, shirt, and I click on this one, and then there's just shorts, and then I go hit this one, and it's glasses, so glasses on, and glasses off. Here, because I'm working with this because this one uses a blend tree, so I have to actually. So I'm replacing all the stuff in the blend tree. Some avatars don't use blend trees; they do it in other ways. But I'm just replacing the animations. I'm not bothering with replacing their logic. I'm just going to use their logic that they already have and make it easier on myself, essentially. So this is neck off and neck, and then what's this? This is the wrist ring, so wrist beads off, wrist beads on, and then this is the rings, so rings off, rings on, hips. Okay, so hip off, so the hip beads, and here's the bracelet, so bracelet on and bracelet off, and here's the shoes or the chanclas, and so off and on, and okay, now I'm done with the FX layer for this one. I can actually delete this thing now. I don't need it. I'm not making animations anymore, so I can go back to the original quest one. I hope I'm not talking too fast. What else do I need to do? All right, I need to make another one of these. So I'm going to make another parameters file. So I'm going to duplicate this parameters file, and I'm going to call it quest. But I did the same thing for making the Opti one, okay? And I did the same thing I'm doing again to the quest one. I'm actually trimming out the parameters I don't need anymore. Okay, so I'm going to delete audio toggle because we don't have audio toggle on a quest. And I'm going to delete this one and delete this one. What else? Boob shift is fine. Thigh shift is fine. Nail is fine. Skin will be no because I can't do that on a quest avatar. I think that's it. Yes. All right. So now what I will do is I will go to here and I will my quest one into the parameters instead. And I will make a new main menu. I'll duplicate it and I'll call this one quest. So I'm going to clean up my menu a little bit. Okay. And then I'm going to, so this one needs these parameters. And so body, do I need the body menu? Boob shift. Yeah, boob shift is fine. Nails, thighs, and chest. Yep. Okay. That works. So I don't need to change that. I don't like the way they changed this. Anyway, I have to be right back anyways. I have to go to the bathroom. Feel free to ask Basic any questions.
Yes.
Go on.
I'm here to field them. Although I've been actually doing a little bit of research on blend tree stuff. Curious about that. But anyway, anybody have anything they want to ask?
Oh yeah, I had some interesting questions. Like in the DM there, what I was discussing.
Yeah.
Like, do you have any tips on like really advanced kind of problem solving for like complex techniques for like kind of any sort of creative task?
Can you break down the question a bit more?
So like for example, like code based stuff, it's quite technical and there's a lot of detail and nuance to it.
Sure.
But how do you approach like different styles of stuff like that? Like to solve like a tricky thing you're trying to do.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah. I mean, like a lot of it is just breaking it down into individual steps, and that sounds trivial to even say, but it really does make a lot of difference. And I will create very detailed lists if I find myself getting stuck, to the point where if you have breaking down research can be hard because sometimes you're kind of just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And that can be kind of difficult. Right. I don't really have really great suggestions there. But it does, your question does beg an answer, right? I think that there's some good tips there and some good methodologies on how to learn.
Well, I know like systematically you can kind of figure out some stuff and get like a whole bunch of different like information that kind of covers the whole topic. And then it's just like it's refining it down.
Yes.
To a specific fix, right? And
yeah, definitely.
Like many options.
Exactly, and I think definitely there's something to be said for when you break down those tasks. Oftentimes, some of those tasks are going to be best solved by other people too. So having a good support system where you can be like, oh, there's this one very particular problem. I can approach an expert in this topic and hit them up. And oftentimes, if you go to an expert with a very particular thing, not like a general vague problem, but if you have enough knowledge to know what to ask, people are much more likely to help you. So that can be huge too, like accelerate your learning.
So it's kind of like all about the way you kind of like phrase the problem and what you're trying to solve, essentially.
Yes.
And all the details included.
Because oftentimes how you phrase the problem indicates to the person you're talking to how much you know. And having enough knowledge to be dangerous and enough knowledge to work with. For example, I wouldn't want to go into some very nitty-gritty details about how, say, blend trees work, like as an example that's recently on my mind. I wouldn't want to try to teach that to somebody who's never touched Unity before. Right, because if they have no concept of how to like work with an animator, I shouldn't be teaching that lesson to them. So if they ask, I'm going to be like, okay, let's talk about the basics of animators first, right? I'm going to head them off at the pass and not even try to go to that more advanced bit.
Like the basics and getting a better understanding of the process as a whole.
Exactly, yeah. So building up those resources for yourself too, and finding
kind of knowledge on it.
Yeah, finding the building blocks for yourself can be difficult but rewarding in its own right.
Oh yeah. And there's also like the wide span kind of like generalized stuff, and then there's the deep dive on each of those as well, and how they interact together.
Yes.
But I guess a big one is like what we were working on there, like with that, like was that HLSL code that we were working on?
With the mana bulb.
So there could be a different approach for that, but it's not like you're converting like one other totally different kind of code to a different code that has similarities.
Yeah, and that's difficult too because that I'm kind of in that same boat right now where I'm trying to learn the basics of shaders, and starting out with a ray marched fractal is like diving into the deep end, right?
Oh yeah. So we break down a lot of the components and get a better understanding of it.
Yes.
But it's there's some approaches certainly.
Definitely, and that brushes on an interesting topic too of the different disciplines involved. Like not only do you have to know programming, but also have a good understanding of graphics and a good understanding of math, and all of those things play a part, right? And yes, and like my math chops are pretty weak right now. It's been a long time since I've had to use math in any sort of real capacity. So figuring out the math for Mandelbrot sets again is something I need to be good at.
I guess it's understanding what it visually modifies in the actual slice of it, right? Because there's like a whole bunch of layers to that 3D object.
Yeah.
And knowing like what kind of modifies different areas.
Yeah, and just in general, understanding the complex space really well, having a good conceptualization for complex numbers.
And additional kind of like ways it's structured.
Yeah.
And how to build out the code.
Yes.
So learning how to make like special modules and special kind of like functions, that's a key part, right?
Yeah, definitely. And being able to break down that understanding into individual parts makes sense. I think we're going to be touching on that somewhat tomorrow. Joyful Decay's out for tomorrow's class, so I'm going to be leading it. I think I am just going to go over remarching.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah, so we can
get that loaded up and play around with it, yeah.
Yes, definitely.
And then Touch Designer, an interesting thing too. Is there some
anyways, I am back.
Touch Designer you can implement with the VR chat stuff?
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's do the thing.
Oh, sounds good.
Welcome back, Merton.
1 second. Oh,
you're good.
1 moment.
You're more than all right.
Yes, you get to see me send messages to my girlfriend.
Aww. Sorry, continue.
Anyways, so what I did was I actually also duplicated all the other menus need on the Quest avatar as well too, because I found that you need to put this stupid parameter stuff in each of these menu sections now. So I actually made these so I duplicated this one and this one, which were duplicated from this one and this one, and then I just removed the parts that I don't really need and so on and put in the Quest parameters in the upper part instead, and so on and then I made sure to, because I'm kind of remaking their menu system a little bit. So I want it so that in my Quest thing there now, it goes to this one. The parameters is Quest. It only has 2 things now. It has this thing, which goes to this submenu, which is for Quest, and this body one, which is for Quest, which I just made by duplicating the other things and then just doing these little things. And then, so everything is Questified for the menus, essentially. Because I had to make sure that the menus, because you can't just use the menu system that they already have. You need to duplicate the menu items and then kind of rebuild it a little bit, like I did for the optimized one. So I made, so what I did originally was I duplicated my menu and I called it Opti. All right. And then I went and I deleted all the things that I'm not going to be using in this menu, which wasn't very many things actually, though, because here's the original one. I deleted spring joint, for instance, as you can see, because I don't have a spring joint anymore. And then I duplicated all the other things. The clothing menus, both of them, these two, which became Opti and Opti 1, and I gave them the parameters in the parameter area that they need to have, which is the parameters that I duplicated and reduced out removed the parameters that I'm not using. And so I did that, and I did the same for this one. Oh, no, wait, this is the original menu. So this is the basic menu. Where is it? Body menu. I did the same for the body menu as well too, which does the boob shift and the thighs and the nails. And there's also a hue shift menu. There's a hue shift menu as well too that I did the same thing on, because they have the skin hue and the emissions of 2 different kinds. And I think that's it. Everything else doesn't have anything in it. These are all blank. I don't know why they're here. Why they made all these extra menus that they don't even use. This one's used, but it's for the spring joints, and I'm not using spring joints, so it's being ignored. But nail shift is completely unused. Same are these. I don't know why they made them. I can just delete them essentially, though. I'm not going to.
Curious if it might have been a VRC toggle.
No, I think they were creating these things initially because they thought they would work in a certain way, like they logiced it out on a whiteboard or whatever, how it would work. But then they ended up using it differently, and then they never cleaned up the files. I bet is all it really is.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Anyways, so that's what I did I did the same thing just for the as well. So now everything is on here for its own menus and stuff and so on, though. So this can now actually be uploaded for Quest. Actually, this is now a working Quest avatar. All I have to do now is go into Control Panel, and I have to change my build platform to Android and upload, and bam, it works for Quest. I did all the work already in Blender and everything, though. I was doing it actually as we were doing the work on this one. I did it simultaneously. because it's just doing blend shapes for the toggles instead of like UV discards. Anyway, so I'll show you how to set up the UV discards actually though. So on the optimized one though now. Okay, go here, go to animation, to multi-toggles, and go put this one back into the controller so you can actually see the animations working. But okay, so this is the audio on and off one, and so on those. So what this actually is, it's actually toggling in each of these it's on the hair, right? It's on the hair. So it was in body, and it was in hair and eyes, and it was no, not audio link. It was in emission 0, and it was audio link on or off. This stupid thing, right? And so on is on, right? And off is this, right? Toggled off. And so the animation works like this. So this animation would be 0, and so on. This would be off. But I animated it in the same way. I just practically put the button, and I went to body, and I just went to and clicked, on. That's it. Wait, is that not working? Audio link. Audio off.
Is it the rename on the Poyomi? Does that affect things because you're not locked yet? I guess you already locked it. I'm silly me. Just kidding.
No, it's because I have a third material on the body. With the emotes now, and so that actually changed things a little bit. Anyways, and so boob slide is just the same thing. Boop, 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 boop. I made on the other one. Bracelet though is actually a UV discard, and so what bracelet is I went to clothing, and I do such, and it's in it's on nails and accessories because it's a bracelet, and I went and I found the thing that actually it is. All right, stop that. Why are you preview bracelet on? All right, so it's actually this thing right here. This is the bracelet. So I have to like find which one it is on this big list essentially though, and then animate that specific button. But it's in this thing called UV tile discard in special effects. Okay, and I just went through here and I just went on each of these things and so on though, and found which specific button on here toggles which specific thing, and I just did the toggles with that. So like Sean Claus is where is it? Preview on is, where are you? Special effects here. It's this one. No, off. Preview. There it is. That one. This one. All right. And same with the earring. Everything else like done through the UV discards. And I just found which specific one of these needs to be animated, in order to actually like toggle them. And so checkmarked on is off, and checkmarked off is on actually. So it's a bit counterintuitive possibly. But yeah. And that's how I did all the UV discard talk. And I just dragged them into the tree the same I did with the Quest avatar and all the other stuff and all the other jazz. And I added these colliders actually those to the avatar as well too. Actually, I could show that. So in the armature, I went to the various like areas. So the spine, I added a capsule one, and I made it like this size, and so it's like you would go add components and then Fishbone collider, and then you would tell what kind you want. So capsule, and then I'll just make it the same size. So 0.1, and then I kept going until it was like the right size. And so it wasn't too big. So it was 0.3 is just right, kind of thing. So I did that for the colliders, and so I did that for spine, and I did it for where's spine, chest, and I did it for the shoulders. All right, and I sort of just like made these capsules essentially on there, and I sort of just made the radius and the height and everything that's the right size to be on there. And then I went to the hair Fishbones, and I added 4 colliders, and I added them here, so that now the hair will actually collide, will actually not go through the body, and it's still green. If it has this. The unoptimized avatar doesn't actually have that part for some reason. They didn't know how to do colliders, oddly. Anyways, yeah. So we have, but that's basically it. I think there's nothing much else I can show. Actually, in all honesty, I'm running out.
Yes.
But I'm going to upload this avatar, show control panel, And I'm going to go yes, and build and publish. Yeah, there we go. So is my green avatar. And then I'm going to do the same for... Oh, I had to make another lens. I couldn't use the crystal shader because the lenses on the glasses are all part of the clothing mesh. And the clothing mesh is toggled via UV discards. And crystal shader does not do UV discard, and so they would be sitting there still floating in air if I didn't do that. Didn't replace the lenses with Poyomi instead, unfortunately. Anyways, I'm also going to upload the Quest version as well too, simultaneously to the same avenue.
So we get the proper fallbacks. That's awesome. I'd be interested to talk a little bit about Easy Quest Switch, and I haven't actually used it myself, mind you, so I don't really know how to. I've seen other people use it though. I think it's an interesting concept, worth touching on.
Android, confirm.
What it does, though, is it allows you to essentially automate the process of changing a couple of things on the same avatar when you swap the build target from Windows to Android. So if you have just material swaps, for example, and everything else is the same, you can set it up so that you set up the material for PC and the material for Quest. And then when you go to swap the build target in the VRC upload process, it automatically swaps out the materials for you.
Nice. I just have to attach the Quest avatar to this thing. It's not attached yet. I didn't do that. And then bam, I can upload.
Sweet.
But it's just taking its sweet time loading over. So I'll come over here and do such. Maybe not. But yeah, that's basically it. If anyone has any questions, I guess you can ask them. I have nothing else now, I guess, at this point that I can teach other than maybe. I did mention last time, I think, that I made that I made textures in like different sizes and so on, though different projects. I had to make multiple projects for when I made the textures in Photoshop, because some of them I didn't want to be 4K or 8K textures. I wanted them to be like 1K or 2K or something smaller. Because if I didn't do that, then my textures my textures would have been stretched out too much.
Yeah, makes sense. I was working on, it's funny. We were talking about the UV issues earlier, and I was trying to figure out a solution for it. And the thing I came up with is potentially just not even very good. But I did start working on a Blender plugin specifically to scale and shift UVs, because I find it like having to manually, like you can scale it automatically, but you can't move it automatically because of the way Blender, whenever you select a UV, it selects the bounding box of all the triangles, not the original bounding box of the 1x1 grid, which means that you can scaling it and moving it doesn't actually get it perfectly into the right spot. And like you have to eyeball it, right? Which is fine. You can just eyeball it with a texture like you did, but on really intricate textures, you don't want to have to get that pixel perfect. It takes forever. So I worked on a Blender plugin that effectively says, okay, I'm going to split my UV space into an 8x8 grid. And I want my current UV that takes up the whole grid to take up grid coordinates 1, 1 through 3, 3, for example, right? And it will like size it, move it into that spot. So for atlasing, right, you can imagine why that would be useful. I will try to refine that a little bit. I wish that I could come with a little bit more of a complex, like automatic atlasing solution. Because Cats tries to do it, right? Cats gets it so close, but so wrong because it can only do albedo textures, which is painful, to say the least. So I think still a manual process involving the Photoshop grids plus this additional plugin for Blender might be the way I do this in the future. Seems like the most reasonable way of doing it with complex materials.
All right. Builder, autofix, select, MIP streaming, apply. Why are you having to do that for just applying MIP streaming to like a single friggin' texture? Thank you, Unity. Thank you. I don't know why Unity does dumb things like this sometimes. Why are you like importing all of this and compressing all of this stuff just for doing MIP streaming on a single texture? There's only one texture they needed to edit. I'm gonna fix this though out in Blender after this and do, because there's a little bit of problems on the avatar. Why is this taking forever? It makes no sense that it's taking this long. It's all Poyomi too. Like, I'm not even using Poyomi. Why are you like changing these? Like, Poyomi is not being used for the Quest one. Okay, fine. Okay, there we go. Close. Okay, go to the quest one. I'm going to attach from there, but I'm going to go here and I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to attach. So now it's attached to the same thing. So now I go here and I go to control panel and go get it good. It's on the right one. Okay, here we go, and here we are. We're about to publish a Quest compatible part for my green avatar. So now it's also Quest compatible, and originally it looked like this. All right, you're going, and
yeah, I almost want to. Hey, you got it. There we go. I almost want to like share this with the original avatar creator, right? Be like, yo, we did the thing. Here you go.
That would be hilarious. I wonder how they would react to all that.
I mean, I imagine positively, right? I can't.
Like, we made your avatar into a
green Quest compatible Avi, right? From very poor. That's one of the reasons why I picked this Avi in the first place. I talked about this in the last session and the session before it, I think, as well. Right? Is because it seemed very achievable. Right? It was a very poor Avi, not ridiculously complicated, but like the performance stats were just over the limit on a lot of this stuff. Versus you take an avatar that's like from like a big name avatar creator with a lot of toggles and stuff, and like good luck getting that thing down. Especially considering too, a lot of avatars that are made by experienced creators are very complicated. This was the first avatar this person had released, and as such, a lot of the concepts are really simple for beginners to understand. But if you try to open up an avatar like, I'll use like Lyria by Flexa as an example. You have to learn a whole bunch of concepts that you would have never had to consider otherwise, especially in the material setups. And that's, I think, one of the harder things to understand is complex Poyomi materials and how they operate and how avatar creators and how 3D artists use shaders to get really nice looking effects. Having to try to atlas together those textures means you have to commonize the material, and trying to commonize complex materials is fraught with difficulty.
Yeah, that is true. But I like to try and make things simplistic to begin with anyways, because I like optimized stuff. So I got more into that, I guess, which is its own thing, and it has its own challenges. You can see. But here we go. Here is optimized Miku. I present to you.
Yay! I love that you got it to exactly 70,000 polys. That's just so funny to me. Right on the line.
Yeah, I like that too. Because I forgot to remove this controller before I uploaded the green part, so I'm going to do that again just to make sure that it doesn't do anything weird. Because I didn't want a controller in the animator. But that was it. Anyone have any questions? I can go back and show you how to do the hair reduction for the bone reduction. Actually, I think Shroomy didn't get to see that.
There's also an interesting thing too, with the actual 3D model of the avatar. If it was all 100% quads, could you technically decimate the entire avatar to reduce the poly count?
It won't work being all quads because there are parts that need to be triangles and bent properly. That's the way the topology works.
Oh, okay.
And even then too, effectively what we did in the first test session, which I haven't uploaded these videos yet, but I plan to, is manually going through and cutting out edge loops, right? So if everything is quads, your quad topology is good. You can go in and cut out edge loops to your heart's content and save a lot of polys that way, which is like manual decimation. You can't really call it decimation at that point, right? But it's manual poly reduction.
I was doing that, but I was trying to keep the triangular areas. I was trying to keep the triangular area triangular, and I was trying to keep the rectangular areas rectangular. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
When I was doing the body reduction.
Go ahead, Shumi.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious on it because someone mentioned they do a VR based 3D modeling, and the one software they build ultra high poly kind of models up to millions of polys, and then they kind of optimize it down to under 70,000. But it sounds like they have some specific method to do it that's really well optimized.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways you can handle that. So remeshing.
I will show you actually here on this body, actually on screen, for what I mean by this. I'll go into edit mode. This is the original one. This is the unoptimized, without that I hadn't cut out the polygons yet, kind of thing, for it. Okay. No, wait, this isn't the.
No, yeah, I was going to say that's the optimized one for sure.
That's the optimized. Okay, so I'm going to go back to I'm going to pull in a new text, a new one then, and just do that. Make a new. Because I have the model easy access anyways. All right. So I'll just show you like what I mean by all this. All right, because I think you missed that part. So I'll import my model desktop, and it's in Blender projects. And here it is. Here's the original model. All right, unoptimized original model. All right, and turn off. Sure, turn off this stuff. All right, and so here we're in the body and to edit mode. All right, so I will go to select edge loops instead. That looks better. And let's do this. Will this actually look good? Kind of, whatever. All right, so I'm going to select the body and select the nails and accessory. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to select the body. I want to select bikini. Yeah, the bikini only. And then the nails and accessories. And I'll hide those because they're kind of in the way. And I will hide the head, and I will hide the emotes, and I will hide the eyes, and I will hide the hair. Hide. All right. So this is the body now. So now we're body, and so this is the unedited body. And as you can see, there are some areas that have triangles, and there are some areas that are squarish. And we need these triangular areas like this, by the way, that are more triangular-ish, because these are areas that you're because you got to think of like this as being origami, okay? And so these are these are lines upon which things bend, okay? A good idea to figure this out is I will actually move. I'll go into where is it? I'll go out of object mode and go into turn on my and I will go to pose. Is there a way to actually have it so that the grid is showing all the time?
Yeah, and that viewport overlays right there. Go down to geometry. You're right there already. Geometry. Click on the checkbox on the left side of the wireframe. Up 2. There you go.
There we go. Okay, so here this will be good for you.
And you can actually show bones through as well. If you click on the right side, click on the Running Man on the modifiers.
I just want to delete these two.
But if you want to be able to move your elbow bones easily, this is an easy way.
I want those ones out of the way though, so you can. It's actually I'm not even using bones anyways.
Sure.
All right, so object mode and into viewport display. No, down here, display in front. Right.
So was this a different take on it, or just like what we covered with selecting?
I'm trying to show you why things are like the way.
It's talking about
just like squares
deformations with topology and why topology is the way it is.
So I moved this and so on though, and
you change your display as octahedral to stick. It looks a lot better too.
See? So this is how it bends in the corner here. And so it's bending really along these lines and so on, though, and such. And so it's bending because of the shape, actually, though, of the polygons themselves, actually, though, except and such. So you need to keep this overall shape, essentially, though. You need this, like, weird shape. And so if you get rid of that, then it doesn't work anymore. So, like, I needed, like, so when I did my reduction, for instance, I would, here, I'll show you. Do it again. Right. I'll go into object mode and to edit, and now everything's disappeared. And so I want to keep. I'm going to hold a screen share. Okay, cats. Okay, so I want to hold. Is it Shift Alt? And this? Yes, that's it. So I did that, and I want this and this because I want to keep this being a triangle, basically. In this, okay. Do you see the triangle shape? I want to keep that
on those lines, right?
All right. So and I can do this one, and I can do this one, this, and I can do this one. Do you kind of see what I'm doing a bit?
Well, right, yeah. It's selecting like specific regions, like and special lines with spacing in between.
Yeah, I'm always one in between, essentially.
Yeah. So, is there any ways to speed up this workflow from the beginning if you 3D model it the right way?
I mean, yeah, you can just model it with less topology, right? That's the thing here.
Yeah, but like what we're doing is we're optimizing what already exists and so on, though. So someone gave you an avatar that like
existing, yeah.
And you might want to show here just by hitting the button what the actual like when you decimate the edge loops, what happens? What does it look like when you press the button here?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll select a lot more.
Well, I think just showing an example without having to select it even to kind of see what it looks like. But by the way, yeah, of course, you could go do this when you're originally modeling it and reduce the poly count. But a lot of this is just to take a high poly body and reduce the poly count because the creator didn't do it for you.
Yeah, so to kind of work with like an asset you may get to like work with.
Exactly.
Versus kind of like building something like properly set up like from the start.
Exactly. And to your point earlier, I want to touch on the automatic methods because you were asking about that. So there's a couple of different things to talk about here. Firstly, you're talking about the sculpting a ridiculously high poly mesh and then making that into an optimized mesh. Many different ways of performing that operation. One way is automatic remeshing. There's a tool called Quad Remesher. It is a paid tool. And there are other free alternatives, I think, that effectively try to recreate it's not decimation. It's not quite the same thing. It essentially recreates the topology of the model, trying to make it look as similar as it did originally with a target poly count. So it'll say, target 10,000 polys. Try to make the model as close as you can.
Okay. And then for the high poly, can you get like better detail on like UV maps or other kind of like key features?
Well, better detail on your geometry itself, right?
Kind of, right.
Your geometry.
I think I heard the high poly has a benefit in some of the workflow too, before you end up like bringing down like the poly count.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it can have benefits, especially if you ruin your topology. So decimation, this is one of the things I wanted to discuss. If you are using automatic decimation, like Blender's modifier, it will ruin your topology, which ruins your edge loops. So like if you're trying to do things.
And so then when your knees bend, so although they will not bend properly and it'll look stupid, you'll have all this like weird jaggedy shit, which I see a lot of people have like when they try to like do it by algorithm and so on though, and it just looks like garbage.
It's a little funky or it doesn't look right.
Well, yeah, the algorithmic approach has two problems. Firstly, it ruins your topology. Your nice, clean quad topology has a lot of benefits when it comes to working with your model itself before you've finalized your shape. Once you've finalized the shape, once you finalize your shape, clean quad topology doesn't really matter quite as much. But what does matter, and this is something that automatic decimation doesn't really consider, is bending in the joints, like Merton's talking about. The issue with automatic decimation is all it's looking for is the difference in angle between polys on the edge in the current pose. The problem is the in the current pose bit. Because it's just looking at a T-pose. It's essentially optimizing your model to look good in a T-pose, which is not what you want. Because as soon as you bend out of a T-pose, everything looks like shit. It's actually one of the reasons why you see A-pose used a lot in video game modeling, is because A-pose is a much more natural look, so that when you apply a lot of those concepts, like automatic decimation, things don't look quite as bad. I'm
not gonna bother with like doing the feet and the hands.
Don't.
Body and so on though.
Yeah, right. Go for it, Swan. What's up?
Okay, so it's this one. I did them wrong. I actually want to keep that inner one anyway. Because I found if I get rid of that inner one, it starts looking really dumb. Actually, for the boobs.
Yeah, fair. Swan, to your question,
this inner ring here.
Yeah, if you have clothes that you don't plan to remove, it can lower your poly count, right? And that's the main optimization thing. Is you're just trying to, especially if you're trying to hit 70,000 polys, and you have clothes that cover your whole body, then yeah, remove parts of the body you're never going to see. That also can, if you're doing it from the ground up, you can optimize your texture memory with that as well. But typically, you're working with an existing body, so you're dealing with an existing body texture.
Yeah, and I guess there's also like poor versus very poor kind of thing too. Like there's a certain like level of like quality you want, like but you want to bring down the poly so it's a little more performant.
Yeah, well, and anything more than 70K polys is very poor. And I think that's one of the big things too, Swan, is a lot of times when we're talking about VRC's optimization standards, they don't map one-to-one with like what's actually optimized, not necessarily. A lot of times, like, yes, having less polys, having less texture memory has less work on your computer. But we also have some artificial guidelines we have to deal with, like that 70,000 poly limit. I can have a beautifully optimized model with like 5 megabytes of texture memory, one material, like 100 bones, nothing too bad. But I have 70,001 polys, immediately very poor.
Oh, right.
right? So it doesn't
And
really
I know
matter.
sometimes, sometimes they can still run smooth even with like 250,000 polys, right?
Oh yeah.
But if it's like a million or 5 million, it's a whole different story, right?
Yeah, and even then, it's just one metric of many. Plenty of avatars, plenty of nice, high quality, optimized avatars have 400,000 polys. They're very poor, but they put the avatar creator poured their heart and soul into, very detailed. And the avatar creator still did a lot of work on optimization. A lot of times these avatar creators have a shit ton of knowledge when it comes to efficient material setups. They're still doing atlasing. They're still doing a whole bunch of really good things. But, if they want a lot of clothing toggles on their avatar, for example, lots of different clothing options, then it's going to be very poor. But yes, even triangles that are not shown are part of the count. You have to actually remove the triangle entirely from the model for it to not be counted.
Dumb, eh? It's
what percentage? Dumb. Yeah, it is a little silly. There's been a lot of conversation around improving that. But percentage is a hard one. So about half for your body is a general common. Like I can actually go pull this up myself. Here, I can just go take a look. So I have I can show you my own budgets actually. I think that might be a good way of doing this. Loading up Blender. I don't want to stomp over Merton's stream, so I'll just share them verbally and then in chat as well.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm enjoying
having fun.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, it's hard to say. I think in general, your body is always going to be a pretty big count. And you can buy bodies that have both high poly and low poly versions. I know Zinpia's bodies almost all do, and that's why I use Zinpia's bodies.
Yeah,
heads.
Exactly.
Your heads are pretty much always going to be.
I probably screwed up some of this, by the way, for the I think especially the elbows. Actually, though, the way I just did them. Actually, I think I would have to redo these. Actually, if I reduced right now. Anyways, I'll just remove that. And I'll get rid of.
Yeah, 12,000 is great, right? And I think that's way lower than even Zenpia's ZenFit low body.
Anyway, so I'll go delete and I'll dissolve edges. All right, and so this is what it looks like now dissolved. I think I fucked up the elbows actually, honestly, but I don't think I screwed up the knees. The knees are fine. Okay,
and go show the poly count for that because it's going to be really low
in comparison to what it just was. Yes, 84,000 instead of what it was.
Wait, why is that so high?
Because we reduced it because I didn't reduce the toes, the feet, or the hands.
Your body's not
feet, hands, and toes. Yeah,
your body's not 84,000. Something's off there.
No, it's the hands and everything.
Really?
Yeah. Seriously, nothing else is shown. So
no, yeah, it shows 84,000. When you showed everything again. I promise, your body's not 84,000 polys.
It is.
Oh, wait, holy shit! Oh, your head and your hair. Of course.
Oh, right.
I'm a dumbass. I'm so sorry.
But there we go. We reduced quite a lot of polys off essentially, and it looks basically the same, and it basically works the same too. Essentially, I mean, I think it's.
Oh yeah, and I guess the main thing you're gonna kind of refresh on was the hair, right? Like you mentioned the hair at the beginning.
Yeah, we did the hair on the as well, but I mean, I'm not gonna do the hair by hand. The hair doesn't need to be done by hand. It can just be algorithmically reduced because hair does not need to be bent. It doesn't need to bend in specific ways. It just needs to bend. And so you can just use that algorithmic reduction on things that you don't care about bending, like hair, for instance, or other things. Or I can also use it on the rings and all these other things. And so because they're only attached to a single bone. So each of these bracelets and so on, though, in these rings, they're only attached to one bone. And so because of that, I don't have to worry about armature. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not, like manipulation from other bones and so on, though. So I can, reduce those by algorithmically. I can do the same, but I can't do that with the shorts. The shorts need to be done by hand, kind of thing, and same with the top, right? And the same with the bikini as well too, because it's being moved by more than by an armature. So anything that's being moved by more than one armature bone kind of needs to be done. Usually, anyways, it needs to be done. Manually, unless of course it's like hair.
Also, I went to go take a look because I was curious. So taking a look here, my body, even my low poly body, is 23,000 tries, which is already almost a third of my budget. Actually, is a third of my budget. Right, 23,000, and that's about expected, right? Pandas is actually really, really nice in that regard. But I'm using eGirl. eGirl's low poly is still pretty high poly. If you're doing safe for work, you actually get to save a whole bunch of polys because some of the most detailed parts are the not safe for work parts. My head is 5,000 tries, So very small part of the budget. And I'm using the Starlight head. I'll put a link to that. This is a head I recommend to everybody.
I will stop sharing because
you're fine. And then my hair starts at 12,000. However, hair is as we were just talking about, is a great target for automatic decimation.
How come I can't see your stream?
I'm not streaming.
Are you not?
No. I have to put clothes back on the body if I'm going to. I can just do that real quick. It takes 2 seconds. There we go. Sure, I'll stream.
Anyways, yeah. So we got all that done now. We have a green avatar with quest compatibility on it.
Yes. You honestly did a great job. Really good stuff.
Out of doing that.
All right.
Oh yeah. So I had an interesting question too, like on like what we were discussing earlier. So as to like problem solving too, like I know when it comes to the code side of things, I know like the documentation usually has a ton of details. So if you can kind of like refine the answers from that documentation, that could be pretty powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it provides so many good answers within the documentation itself. It's so detailed and covers so many things, like all of it basically.
Oftentimes,
there's a little more as well.
Oftentimes, the thoroughness can actually be a difficult thing to pour through, right? Because there is just so much detail there. It's an interesting problem to have. But yeah, so we can even see here that
they're like good and bad at the same time, like you said, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So just kind of splitting it out here, right? We have 5,000 for the head. My hair by default is 12,000 here, but hair is a great target for automatic decimation. This is part of the reason why is because of the way hair is made. There's two primary reasons. One is because hair is typically made with paths and has regular geometry, oftentimes in unnecessary places. If we show our wireframe overlay here, you'll see a lot of places where you have geometry on the inside of the head. These polys here, you will never see them. Never, ever, ever. If I select all these guys and then look from the outside, nothing there. Maybe a tiny little bit right there or something like.
You'll get gaps though if you try doing this.
Yeah. Don't do it like this exactly. Like you should go in and be really careful.
You can maybe fill them somehow.
But yeah, you can oftentimes find a lot of polys in here. If you were to manually go in, it's a painful process. I don't recommend this. And you could probably delete most of these, and you'll still not have too many problems. There are clearly some issues with this approach, but because of the way it's made using paths, they're all very regular. Meaning you have a lot of unnecessary geometry hidden within here, and hair deforms regularly. Typically, when you're making bones for hair, it's kind of evenly spaced bones going all the way down the hair, which means that you don't really have to worry about automatic decimation fucking up the geometry that much. So I can go in and apply decimation to this. So I can go ahead and say decimate and target a value way, way lower. Not that low. Say 50% of the original geometry and apply that. And the geometry is not regular anymore, right? Decimation kind of fucked with it a lot, but your deformations aren't going to suffer too badly for that. And now we're down to only 6,000 tries for a hair. Realistically, I'd probably go a little bit higher than this if I were doing this on a model, especially if a model that I want to be pretty. And I'd do like 0.7 or 0.8 just to get a little bit of a reduction. So now if we look at the head, the hair, the two outfits that came with the body, and the low poly body itself, the outfits, it just came with like a long sleeve yoga outfit and a short sleeve yoga outfit. This is all still only 60,000 tries. So you still have another 10,000 to work with.
You can add jewelry, for instance.
And jewelry is oftentimes pretty poly intensive because of how detailed you want it to be.
Oh yeah, so I guess working with like assets too could kind of benefit the workflow greatly too if you're time constrained on a project too as well, right?
Oh, totally.
So like that kind of still hand do.
Yeah.
Hey, basic.
What's up?
Look at my screen for a second.
Yeah.
I will highlight something for you and I'll send it to you.
Sure.
The secret rings. The secret rings.
The secret what? The secret rings. Oh gosh. Secret rings.
It's a file of optimized rings actually. And
very neat.
I got sent that by a friend of mine.
Awesome. Well, thank you for going over everything, Merton. Really appreciate you. I would love to eventually cover easy quest toggles as well. I think I might cover that in a class of mine in the future. I need to go over. I just did all the quest toggles though. It's all just blend shapes or shape keys. Yeah, sorry. I specifically meant the easy quest swap tooling.
The quest swap.
Yeah, for that package, I'd love to go over that in more detail, as well as any blend tree optimization stuff. I actually want to go look at how they did all that blend tree optimization. As you saw during the class here, that avatar creator, for some reason, and I actually don't have a good knowledge as to know why they did this, use blend trees for a lot of their toggles in a way that I didn't really understand. So I want to go in and understand that better, and I'll present that in a future class.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either all that much. I was just utilizing their existing logic in their FX layer and just like remaking the animations to work with it.
I could be wrong, but what I'm pretty sure it's doing is parameter optimization by using a single float value to cover many different individual Booleans because of how you can work with binary with floats. Effectively, you can compress down more than 8 Booleans into 8 bits of float because math.
Yeah.
Because when you think about the total number of permutations of 8 bits, it's a lot more than 8 toggles, right? It's 2 to the 8, which is 256?
Yeah. So 8 times 64.
Oh, 2 to the 8 is 256, I think. Yeah. Yes.
Why would it be 256? Is it 8 times 8 times 8?
2 to the 8th power, right? So if you have 8 bits, you effectively get 256 individual different permutations of those 8 bits.
Oh, so it's 2 times 2 times 2,
exactly,
8 times.
Exactly. Bones translate to Fizzbones in VR chat. Fizzbone components are weird though. So Fizzbone components refer to basically the base, the root of the Fizzbone, and one Fizzbone component cascades all the way down a chain of bones. So you only need a single Fizzbone component for your entire hair, all of your hair, even if you have 100 bones or 200 bones on your hair.
Yeah, but you still need to worry about other things though. You need to worry about
affected transforms.
Affected transforms and so on though, which is like how many bones actually get affected by the thing. And so on, though.
Exactly. So yeah, we can go break that down in the performance rankings here. So if we look at the performance ranking and scroll down, we have the Fizzbone components, Fizzbone affected transforms, and colliders and collision check count. So the components is the actual number of base Fizzbone objects you have in Unity. I don't have Unity pulled up right now, or I would show you a little bit easier. I can pull that up while we talk. But effectively, you can have all of your hair on a single Fizzbone component. But affected transforms is where things start to get interesting. Affected transforms is the number of bones underneath your Fizzbones. So if you have 100 bones on your hair, you are guaranteed to have a medium or worse avatar. Colliders is where you a lot of people have colliders on their like shoulders for their hair, so their hair doesn't clip into their body. And then collision check count is essentially the number of colliders multiplied by the number of bones.
Oh, I didn't know that bit. Okay,
yes.
That makes sense now.
It's how many times it has to, check for collisions. There's the skeleton too, and especially when it comes to like toes are a good example. And skirts too, for sure. Skirts are both bones and Fizzbones, right? All Fizzbones are bones, but not all bones are Fizzbones, if that makes sense.
So skinned meshes are meshes that move via an armature, and the other kind of meshes are the ones that don't move via an armature. So you can have as Basics was showing there on the thing there, you can have like I think it's 8 non-skinned meshes.
Yeah, basic meshes here.
Yeah,
a lot.
Eight basic ones, and then 2 skinned ones. So like if you had like say an extra thing that would appear in your hand like a gun or something, and it was not attached to like anything, that would work. Maybe I'm not sure how. Maybe I'm not sure. Like how you would get like a basic mesh on there on your avatar. Or maybe as a chair that you can toggle in.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I think basic meshes are not quite what Swan was asking about, but that is a good thing to talk about as well, right? Which is that basic meshes are just anything that don't have a bone on them. A lot of times any props you have will be that way, right? So I have a chair, or like I have a dog bed, my Abby, right? Shit like that.
Yeah, but as soon as you start doing world anchors,
you can still have a basic mesh with a world anchor, right? Of course, we've talked about this before. Skin meshes are the nice way of doing that with quick syncing. But there's a thing called world sync as well. This one.
Yeah. You showed me that already, but I haven't used it yet.
Yes. Which is a way to. There's a problem with world drops. Anything that you can drop in a world, which is that it doesn't automatically sync with other clients as they join the world. So if you drop something in the world,
I have a very simple fix for that actually that I can teach.
It's the skin mesh thing, right? Where you have to make it a separate armature.
No.
Oh, interesting. I'm really curious what your simple fix is. I'd love to talk about that. But yes, to go back to Swan to answer your question entirely. So yes, fizz bones are all bones are fizz bones, but not the other way around, right? So your hair contains bones that become fizz bones, but like toes, for example, are a great option for ways to reduce bone count. And toes aren't fizz bones; they don't have physics, right? But you don't really usually need your avatar toes to deform, but a lot of times you have toe bones. So if I show bones on my avatar here. Stick, show in front. I have a whole bunch of bones here for my toes. Do you ever actually care about being able to wiggle your toes? Is that something you're actually concerned about? Most people aren't. Now, some people like to have it.
I like having it on my avatars though.
If you want it, sure. But if you want to save some bones, this is an easy 10 bones to save.
Yeah,
right?
I have known a few people with paws that want the toes to.
Yeah,
move,
sure.
Yes, but other than that, no.
Right.
Really.
So I have some really advanced, weird, crazy things on some of my avatars because I'm in the lap dancing community. So I will just say what some of them are. I have extremely highly detailed like private parts because sometimes they're actually in people's face. And I also have an ability. I have a thing on my avatar that I put on where my boobs will actually interact with your avatar, so I can actually squish them on your head.
That's fantastic. I love silly dynamic stuff like that. To your point too about deleting polys as well under clothing.
I didn't make that myself. It was a program. It was a package I found, and so someone figured out how to do.
Interesting. Yes, exactly. We can go back to the looking at this the list here. Not my to-do list. That's the wrong one.
So you can do a lot of weird, crazy things with the physics system. Actually, though, like more so than people realize.
Yep, that's correct. One. Now, 256 bones is typically more than enough. Hair is going to be one of the bigger ones. For a lot of more complex hairs, you have a shit ton of bones. I mean, you could see the number of bones on this hair, right? It's a lot. 61. It's not that bad, I guess. No, you're never going to have to compromise on your body. The actual body itself is very few bones. When you think about what actually comprises a body, neck, shoulder, upper arm, lower arm. Hands get kind of bad, right? Because you have each of your 3 joints per hand. So you're immediately looking at 15 just for your fingers.
You can't get rid of those.
You can't get rid of those. So you're looking at 30 bones minimum to have good hands. But like your actual core part of your body is like 10 bones total. Like the chest, the shoulders, the upper arms, lower arms, the spine, the hips, upper legs, lower legs, feet.
Butt cheeks and boobs as well too. They actually have their own bones.
For the fizz bones, mind you, but you don't need that for the core of the body. If you don't care about butt fizz bones, you don't need butt bones. Right? You can get rid of these. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I would keep them because it looks so very weird when your butt is like solid like a rock.
I guess sure, but depending on the aesthetic you're going for, depending on the clothes you're using, you might not need them.
But yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, the actual body is, I think, 15, 20-ish. We can count 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Because there's like
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 bones comprises the actual core skeleton. Everything else is fluff.
What are the finger bones?
Well, yeah, then you count 49, right? 49 if you included the hands.
It says 51 selected on your thing.
I miscounted by 2. Not surprising. I probably accidentally grabbed some extra bones that were unnecessary.
It's when you make your skeleton and you can actually there's a way to make it so that like you actually make only one side and the other side is automatically made at the same time actually though, and so it's actually mirrored, and so you would actually mirror make it in a way so that's mirrored, so you only really have to actually edit one side and the other side just goes to it. And so you don't need to eyeball it too much, actually.
The skeletons are essentially based on human anatomy. I mean, they aren't perfect, but to make a human-like avatar, they kind of have to be, right? Form inspires function or something like that.
You can buy armatures, though. So actually, though, Gumroad, actually, though, like for base bodies that aren't made. So you don't need to make your own armature is if you don't know how to do that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as you should, right? Most people starting out are not going to want to try to make a body from scratch. Making bodies is one of the hardest things to do. I can't think of a harder thing for a beginner to try. I know because that was my first attempt. I was like, I want to make an avatar. I heard about when I got
sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I did the same thing.
Well, yeah, I know you're totally fine. When I first got into 3D modeling, like I was really new to VRChat. I've only been on VRChat for like a little over a year now, and I got into 3D modeling about a half year ago. And I started talking with people, and this term kit bashing came up a lot, right? And it was kind of frowned upon, and I didn't really understand it very well. And I'm like, what? If I get into 3D modeling, I don't want to be a kit basher. That'd just be cringe, right? I'm going to learn how to do everything from scratch. How hard could it be?
No,
even
really good avatar creators, for the most part, still use prefabs for a lot of things.
Yeah, and they sculpt the base. If you need to make edits to a base, you can go in and make your own topology changes. You can sculpt it to your heart's content. Using other people's work is fine.
Oh, right. Yeah, it can be a huge time save too, but you can still handcraft a lot of elements.
And yes, you're right, Swan, that a lot of times it's just a visual approximation. And to that point, too, because of the way that bone deformations work, our bones in real life have a lot more dynamics. Like your shoulder is a good example. Think about how many different ways you can move your shoulder around. You basically can't do that correctly with simple deformations. You get really close, but it's not quite right compared to a simple bone like an elbow. Elbows are very simple to manipulate, but you think about the way your shoulder moves, the way your wrist moves. Yeah, you're not going to get that perfect with just deformations. Your skin is a lot more dynamic than that and moves around your bones a lot more fluidly.
There are ways to get some of this actually, though. I saw on
twist bones are an example of it.
I saw some amazing ways for getting like the meshes to move almost like real bodies actually, though, on like Twitter actually a few times. And so those, like some people go to the nth degree basically to get the different layers to move correctly and so on, though. It's nuts actually to watch.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, you see things like recoil bones that really help. You see things like elbow twist bones and knee twist bones that really help. Lots of little ways you can improve the way that armatures function. But yeah, Swan, to your question, mostly. I think there's a bit of subjectivity going on where you kind of do have to just make things that look good at the end of the day. And like this base is a good example. I mean, you can go look at any of these professional bases. If you like a Panda base, if you like a ZenFit, or this is Zenpia's e-girl base. These are the gold standard for VRChat bases, right?
Yep.
This is what is visibly most pleasing.
Everyone's using them too.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Hey, Basic.
Yeah.
Can you use like those Rococo like full body like capture suits and stuff for like VR chat?
I've never tried. I know that I know of at least one person who has something kind of like that.
You can, but it works. It works like slime. It's just slime tracking essentially.
Oh, but like, is it like a better version?
No.
Oh no, like their high end top tier kind of thing.
No, it's just regular slime tracking.
Oh,
but built into a suit.
Oh, huh. Interesting. Is there more tracking points on it then?
Nope.
It is curious to see if there are more tracking points, if you'd be able to do it better. But I think in general, too, mocap kind of operates on a different conceptual level than bone deformations does. When you consider proper actual mocap, they have really, really complicated armatures. They have actual, to Swan's question, they have actual human-like armatures with proper bone placement. Because when you have that many points of checking, like when you can check with a fidelity of just an inch or two across the entirety of the body, having a really good detailed human skeleton and your armature means that you can effectively come up with perfect human-like movements. But we don't have that level of fidelity.
Not yet,
tracking.
anyways. Not yet, anyways. I bet you in the future, yes.
Yeah. Got to make like a pretty wild 5-second story video, like a VFX scene. But like, is there any like really highly detailed like industry level assets where there's just like hundreds of thousands, if not like millions, where you can pay a subscription and access a lot of it?
I'm sure there is. I don't know what it would be though. I've never worked in the actual game industry, so I don't have that knowledge. Abentane, who came in a couple of weeks ago, you might be able to talk with Abentane. He worked in the games industry for a while and is really interested in sharing that knowledge, and I'm sure has a bunch of information about studio level, studio quality, like studio grade assets.
Like assets and other things too. Like that'd be huge. Like
you will not be able to buy them unless you're a studio.
Yep.
Unless you're a studio and you have a studio license, they will not sell it to you. That's one of the things he said last time as well. I remember.
Well, right. There are some platforms though, like some are better than others, but yeah. But if you're on a time constraint of like a month, I guess finding like high detailed kind of assets and like a lot of selection that can build up a really wild scene like quickly.
Yeah.
And then you can do like maybe your actual character or some like other unique elements like by hand.
That's tough, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Is combining pre-made assets, especially depending on what you're trying to make, right? If you're trying to make like an animation in Blender, your workflow is going to look a lot different than a game, which looks a lot different from a VRChat avatar.
So I think for the workflow, it would be Unreal Engine, maybe Blender, and then like DaVinci Resolve, however I can tie those together.
Yeah, probably be those. That and some Maya as well too.
It's an alternative to Blender, I guess, but you don't necessarily need Maya, right?
But I think there's a few things actually that Maya does better actually though for like anime. Actually, in a few ways, like there was one program that I would actually prefer. I can't remember the name of it though, but it was better at doing cloth physics than Blender. And so everyone would use that instead.
But I guess the goal would be like a challenge where you can kind of like win some big things, you know, if you build like a wild enough project and show like a lot of progress. Like maybe that could be kind of worth giving it a shot for a month, you know, like if you find something that's reasonably priced. Because building it all from scratch in a month, there's not much time to do that. But it's like using assets, you could build something on a whole nother level, basically.
Definitely. I think cohesion becomes a hard problem with that, but I think that's more of just the designer's touch and like the artist's touch, where if you are buying a bunch of disparate assets and trying to make them all look good together in a scene, then sometimes it can look like it was a bunch of kit-bashed assets put together in a scene because that's what it was, right?
If you have a big enough selection, you can still make it work. But there's pros and cons, like you mentioned, but if you have a big enough selection and quality level, like it's a really fast way to build something that looks really wild. So it could be kind of like a showcase piece too. So it'd be kind of cool to do.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think like my kaleidoscope, my 3D kaleidoscope, that could actually fit into the theme of it too.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
The tough part is 5 seconds is the actual playtime at 24 FPS.
Oh,
and then the other factor is for simulations, you have more frames, but it's because it has to load the simulations in the render. But basically, they're actually allowing you like a month of access to some of these like high-end stuff, and even like a render farm.
Inexpensive claps. Inexpensive claps.
Yeah, you see the little clapper. I can advertise. I just chose my first asset.
I know.
I feel like I can't advertise during a class. That's rude. Especially not my own class. Anyway, we are reaching the end of time here. Questions from Merton?
Oh yeah.
Anything you want to ask or share or talk about?
Swan's typing something.
Yes.
Oh, so what was the plan for the following weeks there for some lessons?
I'm not entirely sure yet. I want to bring in Bun. She made a brief appearance earlier in the class here. She does hair, like really wild hairs and body textures. She's been working on learning body painting with stuff in Substance Painter. So I kind of want to bring her in. She's also like got a decent amount of success in selling her assets. So it'd be nice to bring in a creator that's actually
that'd be interesting.
Started to monetize successfully. That's something I'm interested in getting into, right? So I want to bring her in. Virtual Lily expressed interest in coming back for more world stuff. So I'm interested to go talk about that and see.
That's exciting.
Exactly, yes. As far as other topics I can teach, I'm considering coming back, and it's been a month since I've actually taught. Right, I've been bringing other people, so it might be nice to bring in to come back in. I have a couple of different topics I can discuss, but I'm really interested to hear what are you all interested in learning.
I hope everyone actually enjoyed my optimization class.
Yes.
So some level of like
very much so.
Cool, like shader effects would be like phenomenal. Like to learn some of that.
Yeah, let me write all this down.
I saw like this cool shader, like where they had like actual like fur on their Avi and stuff like that on the skin. Like they had fur, and it was an actual shader. The only odd part I noticed is like if you look at it like a certain way, the edges have a little funky effect when you're close to it, but from a distance, it probably looks great.
Yeah, a lot of fur shaders work by like using a noise
I'm gonna
texture.
jump in VR.
Okay.
I'm gonna jump in VR chat so I can actually like show off the avatar. Actually.
Oh yeah, do your thing.
Oh,
for sure.
Nice.
It's a good idea.
All right, so I'll go do that actually though while you guys keep chatting and stuff.
Yeah. I can keep yapping a little bit. A lot of fur shaders are interesting in the way they work. They typically are applying noise onto the existing texture and raising it a little bit. So effectively, think about like this concept where you take the existing texture take a copy of it, raise it slightly above the existing one, and then randomly noise in and out of alpha, right, to make some of it visible, others of it not visible. What you kind of get is a little bit of a depth effect, right? And you layer that multiple times over, and you get something that looks like fur. A Poyomi Pro has a good fur shader. There's also another one that's very popular.
So is this something that could apply to hair too for optimization?
It's not optimized. In fact, fur is less optimized than normal materials because it's rendering that same material multiple times over. Another popular hair is this Warren's Fast Fur Shader. Connecting a head to a body asset? Yes. And no worries, Tom. We will have recordings of this class, this whole series.
But yeah, I guess can shaders be used to like optimize the hair on an obview as well, or would that be more for adding like effects to the hair?
Yeah, it's more for adding effects. And I discussed this a little bit in a previous class about just how to use Poyomi in general. So Poyomi is obviously a shader, but it's a multi-effect shader. And you can turn on and off all of these different effects, right? There are a lot of very custom-built bespoke shaders for very specific effects, right? So there are effects specifically for fur, effects specifically for rainy windows, right?
It'd be interesting to kind of do like some mode of a comparison on some of the different like really powerful shader tools. Like I know Amplify, like I heard you could do some really wild stuff. There's also I think it's Shader Graph.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to think what the huge ones are essentially that aren't necessarily like directly like code based, because like code based is like the most complex form, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like directly working with like HLSL. But some of the node based and visual like nodes and stuff, things like that, like it's very powerful. But like touching on some of like those really high level powerful kind of ones that are a little more easy to get into, that'd be interesting to do a bit of a comparison and see what the workflows are like.
Yeah, I'm curious about those node-based shaders. I've never actually seen how they would work within VRChat, or if it's even possible. I don't know how much of that translates over. I've only ever seen ones that are written in raw HLSL.
Okay, I think Shader Graph is like a node-based thing, but then there's I haven't looked into as too much, but I know like it's a pretty big one too.
Yeah, I'll take a look at both Amplify and Shader Graph here. I'm really interested in that. But Swan, to your question about the purpose of shaders, that's a hard one. Anytime you want to show something at all, you have a shader. But some shaders are really, really simple, and others are a lot more complicated. If you ever, the most basic shader is just a color. You basically supply, here's what color I want this part of my mesh to look like. Your GPU does some math and effectively says, oh, okay, this pixel corresponds to this part of the mesh, which should be this color. It does that for every pixel on the screen, and that's how you get what it should actually look like. Every avatar is using a shader of some kind. Anything in any graphics program is using a shader of some kind, but oftentimes they are very, very basic shaders. And basic shaders are also some of the most performant shaders. They're just mapping a single image to a color on the screen. Yeah, it's weird. It maps triangles to location on the UV map, right? And it maps that to a color. So effectively, it takes pixel on the screen, raycasts it to a point on a triangle, takes the UV map, finds the point on the triangle, finds the pixel on your texture map, right? And then shows that pixel as that color. And that's the most basic version of a shader. Everything just adds on top of that. So right, Poyomi has that. The very first image you drop into a Poyomi shader, that is that. It's also called the albedo texture. But then Poyomi has 1,000 things built on top of that you can go in and edit to your heart's content, oftentimes making more complex behaviors. There's a resource that I've been working through recently called the Book of Shaders. Unfortunately, this doesn't translate great to Unity because it's GLSL instead of HLSL using WebGL. But if you're ever interested in how shaders work, you could read like the introduction, just the what is a shader chapter. I can post that link to that chapter in particular. This is a really good resource to understand conceptually what a shader is, and it's very digestible, very consumable. It gets more complicated as you go on into actually how to program them, but this page is nice for just the very simplistics, like what is it?
Sweet.
Let's see.
Like I know, like the YouTube channel, like Freya Homer, like there's some really good information on some of the math and some of like the structure.
Oh no, I didn't write this one. God, no, I wish this is like one of the de facto resources. I wish I was that smart. I am not good at shaders yet. I want to get learned. I've been reading this. In fact, I'm only a couple pages in. I need to get moving.
Oh yeah, I should definitely look into that too. Like that'd be pretty handy.
Yeah, it's cool.
So I guess there's like 2 different ones for the book there.
Yeah, the first link is just the general book link if you want to go through the whole thing. I linked a page to the introduction chapter. So I think that introduction chapter, even if you don't care about learning how to actually write shaders, if you want to understand what shaders are and why we use them, just reading that one chapter takes 5 minutes and is a great introduction to the topic.
Oh yeah, so I guess on the first link you could literally go through the whole book when you have time.
Yeah. And I recommend if you ever want to learn GLSL in depth that you do. This is a great resource for it.
Oh, so this is for GLSL? Or can it work for HLSL too?
Well, this teaches in GLSL because it's also what works in web browsers. WebGL works natively in web browsers.
It doesn't. Oh, it overdoes it. I have to fix that.
Oh, no.
It's the blush. The blush looks dumb.
Oh, sure.
Properly. Anyways,
share screen. We'll see it.
How do I stream this camera to the camera again?
But yes. GLSL doesn't perfectly translate to VRChat, but it is a great way to understand the concepts, and all the same concepts apply to HLSL and Unity.
Oh, okay. So if you wanted to like deep dive on like HLSL or something like that, is there some good resources on that specifically too, similar to like the Book of Shaders?
I don't know what they are. If they are. I would love to talk with. There's a bunch of good creators that do a lot of shader programming. Zifik, I want to say, and Zek both do a lot of that work. I can link you to their creator pages. But it might be awesome. Like if you want to learn more, it might be worthwhile to like join their Discords and just ask them for resources. Because I bet speaking of which, if you do, like ask Zach for resources and they give you an answer, share, please. I'm too shy.
Yeah, maybe if I kind of make like an example like shader, and then I can kind of
if I can
get some detailed information too, that would be great.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right, everyone, can everyone see my camera?
Gorgeous. Look at that. Oh yeah, the blush. I can see what you mean there. Doesn't have transparency.
All right, so there I am.
Sick.
And the clothing works, I think. Yeah, that turns on. The glasses work. The glasses slide down onto my eyes.
That's sick.
Yay.
Miku.
Earrings go away, and the necklace goes away, and the shirt disappears. The shorts go away. Everything works.
Beautiful.
Just the blush. It's literally just the blush. Yeah, that's kind of fucked. The rings to go off, and the hip beads, and the chunk club. Let's go out to the body menu, and I can make the nails short, as it says. Yeah. Oh, I know why I was doing that. I need to turn off loop animations. Okay, so that's why that's fucking up. Okay. So I forgot to do one thing. Anyways,
turning off the loops on animations. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I do this. So now the hips are bigger, so she has a bigger butt. Yeah. And she can have bigger boobs. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, Swan. Would love to see.
So there we go.
Yeah, it was fun to make
green Brazilian Miku optimized.
Yes, green and Quest compatible. Good stuff.
Oh wait. Do I have the? Oh, it's not. It doesn't have the skin. Where is it? Oh, it doesn't have that menu for the skin.
Aw.
That's dumb. Whatever. Oh yeah, it works anyways.
Yeah, nice job. Good stuff. That's a good way to end the series.
Yeah. Optimized Miku, green.
Yes. Let's go.
And Quest compatible too. So if you was on Quest, you'd be able to see it.
Sweet. Oh, on those links real quick. Here is Zach's Gumroad page. Zach works on a bunch of different stuff, including the hologram projector, which I find to be a fascinating asset. Really, really cool stuff. And then Zithic. Let me go find.
So I can do this and then pass it around my butt and so on, like I'm a streamer.
Like you're a streamer, like a little wiggle streamer. Look at you.
Oh, yeah. So I wonder if Floppy has like a Discord too.
I'll say I need to fix this. See, the stupid blush is screwed.
What creator?
Floppy?
I don't think I've seen them.
Oh no! Like they make some wild stuff on Booth.
Send me a link if you want to. Also, here is Zifik as well, who also does shader work.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll pull that up on Booth there. It's wild though.
All right, I'll show you some of my other avatars I've made though.
Yeah,
actually,
that'd
though,
be great.
I guess I can do that.
Yeah, do your thing.
Wait, no, I forgot. Don't turn off the camera. Here we go.
But yeah, Zach would be a wonderful resource to go learn about shaders because he really knows his stuff.
I have my Opti avatar, which everyone knows. I made this one myself. This one is green optimized, and it has all my toggles. I can toggle all the clothing.
Throw up your stream. You're on normal camera, not stream camera.
So yeah, like the one avatar that's so wild is like 39,000 or 40,000 Japanese yen.
Toggles off.
I already got me to post that basic.
Just put it in voice chat, text chat. Yeah,
no. Sure, yeah.
This is one of the things that got me.
As I said, everything toggles.
Yeah, and seeing it all toggle with discards is nice too, like proper discards.
But like that's just like if you actually go to the page and
color toggles,
it's crazy.
I'll take a look. Thank you.
Yeah, like check out that avatar that like Floppy does, like where it's 40,000 Japanese yen roughly. Like there's some really crazy effects on that.
Yeah, we'll do. But yeah, no, I really like the way you did your colors too, because you're doing decals, right, to get that slow color change.
Yeah, it's just I do a the kind of color change that you would have for the animation, the same I would do for say a dissolve toggle, and so it does it over time and doesn't just do it in I think it just looks nicer.
Yeah, I need to figure out one thing I need to go learn, and I'm not sure if you already have the knowledge on this, is sometimes when I'm doing dissolve toggles where I take off one piece of clothing and put on another piece of clothing, I don't know how to time that animation correctly so that it like has a smooth transition in the geometric dissolve, so I'm not flashing anybody.
Yeah, that takes a lot of work, and so then you need to like basically actually
do I need to make custom transitions between each piece of clothing, like in a grid? I can't just genericize it. I could see why that would be doable and annoying, but doable.
It's difficult, and so I want to do these things and explain it over like a microphone here.
Something we can talk about later too. Be interesting. Yeah, what's up, Slippy?
My bubble gum.
The bubble gum is adorable.
Oh yeah, for YouTube and stuff. How do you like basically set up like a private video so you can like link it to people like to a Discord?
You can just
upload. I have the one I'm currently dancing in for like my clubs.
Listed. And you can actually link people that.
Yeah, you can just do that with
which is this one.
I don't think I've seen this one of yours, Merton.
Here, I'll pull my camera up a bit. Yeah, so I did this one, which is my cyberpunk avatar, which is a very poor avatar, and I put my pants back on. The pants and the top are actually in transparent mode right now. We can't really tell because of like because of the world, but here I'll make it non-transparent. So now it's like, if I show you up close on the camera.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
There's actually a transparency toggle. Let's see the clothing, take the bodysuit off. It's just the armor now. All right. The armor itself comes off on the bodysuit. So I can actually go from bodysuit into armor off, and now I'm in a bikini, essentially.
Oh, that's pretty sweet. So were you showcasing a specific thing there? Like, was it shaders or something else?
I was just trying to make something that look cool in cyberpunk.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I did arms as well too. So these are cyber arms now. Actually, I'm taking off my sweaters so you can actually see them better. But here, okay, and then I'll turn them off so you can actually see what I did. See, now they're regular hands.
Oh, yeah, the artwork on there is pretty nice.
Now they're robot arms. All right. And I did this for the skin, so it becomes robot skin.
Oh, nice.
And the spine becomes a robot spine.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's wild. As to optimization on that one, like, how's the quality level on that one?
Actually, not as bad as you would think it would think. Actually, I did a lot of like optimization stuff on this. Actually, I did a lot of UV discards. The bodysuit with like the armor is actually all one mesh actually, and a lot of things are actually only one mesh. So these arms are actually part of the body mesh actually though, and they're UV discarded actually away, along with like this part in the middle here actually. So I did a lot of like stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So is that one like medium, or is that like on the
very poor.
Like poor level? Very poor.
It's very poor, but it's not a ridiculous very poor.
Oh, right.
It's less ridiculous because I actually went and bothered to optimize it. See when we look at the avatar stats, and I'll tell you here it is. 288,000 polygons. Only 10 skinned meshes though for everything that's actually on it. 18 material slots. Only 7 Fizzbone components actually, so it's actually in the green rating for Fizzbones. Its texture memory is 136. Though I would maybe have it, I would try to get it a bit higher, but like the Club I Dance In doesn't want me any higher, so I had to reduce some of my things, so on though, and so it doesn't look as good as it normally would. Unfortunately,
I see the benefit to that too. Like, there's so much nice detail to it as well. But I guess like if you compared like something like an excellent optimized one versus that, like it's a huge difference, right?
Here. So what you see, the detail in like the spine area and so on though, and like down here and such. And I'll turn off the spine, and you can see what the texture looks like for the cyber texture. So I can turn it off, turn it back on for the robot texture for the body. It's actually a skin texture on the base body, and I actually made this texture, by the way, for the cyber texture for the body, that is.
Oh, nice.
One that came in like this, like so if I take off the rest of the clothing, back,
so I guess
take off the armor pieces. See?
Oh yeah. So I guess for special events you'll have the green avatars, and then like for other scenarios you might have the medium, like poor, or like a very well optimized very poor if you want to have more detail, right?
I'm actually so actually nothing on my top now. So if I actually went back to my regular skin, I would actually have my boobs out completely and such.
Those are nice caps too. I like them. Pretty.
Let's see. So I can.
Feel free to keep chatting.
I made this entire texture essentially for the body, essentially myself.
So this is the VR equivalent of body paint at this point.
Essentially, put my bra back on. So if I turn my texture off, I won't be naked.
That's really well made. Love it.
All right, turn my cyber thing off, and so I did that. And it's based off of it. So I have a crazy version of this avatar that has a lightsabers and a cyberpunk bicycle, actually. Like a cyberpunk motorbike, actually. I like it.
Oh yeah, I guess I've got to spend my Splice credits like ASAP, so I can save $22 a month. That's a lot of money, like compared to some softwares.
What credits?
Oh, have you heard of the site Splice?
I don't think so.
Like they have sound samples, and they have like rent to own for VSTs and stuff or software.
Cool.
But it's just like they have a subscription thing where you get credits for like sound samples, but it's like there's a lot of like stuff you got to research on that because you got to be careful with like samples.
Oh yeah, sure.
So ideally, like I want to spend those and then save the $22 a month, because like if I could like put the $22 a month towards something like Cinema 4D or like another program, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I see.
Absolutely.
But I've got to basically spend them before I cancel, because like if I cancel, they'll essentially just like delete all my credits, and I'll be out like $200 basically worth of stuff I spent.
Oh, sure. Because
they're only refunding 6 months if I do that.
Yeah, makes sense. Alrighty, I need to dip. Any other questions or comments before we wrap up for the day?
I think it's been like really good so far, like the discussions and stuff, and learning about the finishing touches there.
Yes, thank you for showing. I hadn't seen the rest of your Cyberpunk, Abby. That's really nice. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
Good. I'm happy.
It's not my first one though. It's actually my second Cyberpunk avatar. I came up with. I have ideas for a third one actually as well too. But I'm hoping that Zimpia will release the base body that she's working on for a robot body actually, because I have a lot of good ideas.
Oh, so that's like a GPU particle shader they made for an avatar.
No, it's an entire base body. It's a robot base body.
Oh, your thing. I was looking in side chat, like the thing Basic posted.
Oh, I was talking about making a thing for my own.
Oh yeah.
We're talking about floppy.
Oh yeah, the floppy avatar is pretty crazy too. Like the one for 40,000 Japanese yen. Like if you watch the video and go through, like the effects are wild with the shaders.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take a look.
Like
shaders are used. Basically trick your eyes into thinking that something is something that it isn't, and so on though. Essentially that's what shaders do.
Lots
of
cool effects.
Cool trippy effects too.
Yes.
That's where I
It's
kind of want to
most-
experiment with things. What was that? Oh, go ahead.
I think I'm done though. I'm gonna get going though.
Sounds good. All right. Take care. Thank you all for joining. Really appreciate you. See you next week. No major announcements. Usual classes. Keep an eye out for class announcements. Next week it'll either be me or maybe Bun Bun. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
If you have any, yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. Thanks for all the stuff today and then the last lessons there.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Happy to help and to teach.
Awesome. All right. Take care. Have a good night, everybody. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye bye.